Jack Folksjoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
The Department of Public Works maintains and operates many facets of the City of Los Angeles on all levels, from below it, on it, and above it. Below, the city has 6,500 miles of sewers and 1,200 miles of storm drains that connect to the largest waste treatment facilities in the country. On it, 7,300 miles of streets and alleys with about 200,000 potholes fixed and over 100 miles of streets resurfaced annually. From above, an urban forest of 680,000 street trees trimmed for beauty and healthy, clean air, as well as maintaining the 230,000 street lights that light our 24-hour city. The Department of Public Works helped design and build 32 new libraries since 1998, 76 recreation and park projects, and a national award-winning wastewater treatment plant. The Department of Public Works, striving to make the City of Los Angeles a home that future generations will cherish.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for January 15th, 2008. We are in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 470 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The first Friday of the month, we meet out in Van Nuys City Hall, and we welcome our viewers on Channel 35 and those who are attending live here at City Hall. We are broadcast live each meeting on Channel 35 through our city's cable system, and we are also available online through live streaming webcasts of these meetings at lacity.org. We also archive our old meetings there on video on demand. If you'd like to review any of our past council meetings, go ahead to lacity.org, and there's a wealth of information on improving your neighborhoods and your city as well. Finally, you can always call in using your telephone at council phone, which is 213-621-CITY, and you can listen to the proceedings of our council or any of our committees. If anybody would like to speak on the items that have been agendized for public comment, please fill out a speaker card in the back and hand it to one of the sergeants at arms. We also have video conferencing facilities from Van Nuys City Hall, so if you live closer to Van Nuys, we can always listen to your testimony from there. We also have general public comment for items that are on the agenda, that are not on the agenda, but are nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the Los Angeles City Council. So if you'd like to fill out a card and just fill out public comment in the upper right corner, we'd be happy to hear your comments as well. We have a public speaker clock to help you guide your comments. It's usually 2 minutes per speaker, and we also have the ability to reopen items that have had a public hearing in council by motion from one of the council members. So with that, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present and a quorum is present.
Thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Labange moves and Mr. Weiss seconds. Without objection, that will be approved. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Smith moves with Mr. Reyes is second, and without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and there is a flag salute.
All righty. If I can ask Mr. Parks, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if I can ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for our salute to the flag.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have everyone rise, face the flag, place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we can run through the agenda, please.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. Colleagues, anybody wishing to call any of those special, 1 through 14? If we can hold one on the desk until we have 12 members as an ordinance. Mr. Smith?
Mr. Alarcon wants 9, but I'll call it for him. 9.
All right. Number 9 for Smith and Alarcon. Mr. Rosendahl? Number 8 for Mr. Rosendahl. Other specials, colleagues? Any other specials? Number 2 for Mr.
2
Parks.
and 7, if we can hold them together.
And number 7, sure. We'll link those and we'll hold those together. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 15 through 35 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Item 15 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold that on the desk. Do we have any public speaker cards for those items?
There are cards on item 27.
Okay. We'll call
and
that special.
32.
And 32, we'll call that special. We will open and close the public hearing on the others. Specials, Mr. Reyes?
Item 28 for Councilmember Perry, please.
28 for Ms. Perry via Mr. Reyes. Thank you. Any other specials, colleagues? Any other specials? If not, on the balance, let's go ahead then and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
On the supplemental agenda, item 36 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
I'm sorry, forthwith on which one? 34 will send forthwith without objection. Item number 36?
Special.
Okay. Mr. Rosendahl calls special. And next item?
Item 37 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we do not have any cards on that. We'll go ahead and open and close the public hearing. If anybody wishes to call that special. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you please open the roll on number 37, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. And with that, we'll take us back to public comment. Yes?
May I have 35 forthwith?
35 forthwith without objection. Absolutely. Okay. That'll take us back to public comment. We'll go first out to Van Nuys. Miriam Fogler will be our first speaker, and then Donna Pearman after that. Good morning, Ms. Fogler.
Yes, we were meant to talk on number 29, not number 27. Can you reconsider, please?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry?
Number 29,
Yep.
the special events.
Okay, we will reconsider that for comments from the public. Sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you. I've been watching a lot of the stuff that's going on in the world, and it's very bad. I'm looking for leadership here at City Council because, you know, the city workers are working very hard under your helm, and I got to commend the LAPD for doing what they're doing, getting the crime down an all-time high, all-time low. That's what we wanted. And I can't understand why we can't find any leadership here, and to ask you people, why can't we have ethics? What's happened to the Ethics Commission that we voted for years ago so that you don't have to have scrutiny for your salaries? Of course, the Ethics Commission's working for you and the state and the federal. There's nobody hearing from them. They're silent. In the meantime, you keep you get your pay raises without any scrutiny, and you should be the ones responsible for your raises, because the people, the voters should be. You're, after all, the ones that's supposed to be responsible for the budget. And look at what the state has to go through. So why are you having an excuse to getting out of it? You don't have an excuse, and there's no right to dump it on the city workers to try to find a way of getting the phone tax passed. It's not right. That's why I'm not voting for it, because there's just another leeway for you to send this money to somewhere else and to keep taxing the people for more money and to pay for the basic services. You're replacing the money that's earmarked for basic services and giving it to something else. And this is just going to go on and on and on. You just people not being responsible for the budget, and you should be, not the city workers. You're the ones that should be saving city money. So what these special fee waivers should be stopped.
Thank you. Donna Pearman is our next speaker.
Okay, I want to say, please, folks, don't vote for Hillary. Vote for Garcetti's choice, Obama, or Edwards, a Republican. She's trouble. She's a one-world government. Please, folks, do not let yourselves be fooled. Prop S, the phony phone tax, is not necessary. I think it's terrible of the city council to talk about relooking at city employee raises. How come you don't talk about not taking your raises? How can you save money for the city? You should pay out of your pocket for the deficit. You should take the cuts. We don't need more, you don't need more cost of living increases. You act like you're middle class, but you're upper class. You make a lot more money than city employees. We can vote you out of office. Remember, there's a lot of city employees and people who support them, and they will not forgive you if you go against them. The CRA is the one taking all of our revenue for their projects. You and the CRA are in cahoots with each other, and the CRA is ruining Canoga Park. I go there often. A lot of stores are closed down recently. We lost Out of the Closet and a furniture store, which also was a bird store. I don't know if it's a bird store is coming or if it was a bird store once and it was closed too. The rent is so high, and that's why, due to the CRA, and that's why they're all closing, and we only have about a dozen antique stores. I'm also mad that it's hard for the middle class to pay for their medical plan. It's like to make it hard for people to get better medicine than the norm. Diabetics should get the best of medicine than cancer patients. Being healthy is better in the long run for the health cost. Anyways, I want to say again, city employees, city council, you have to come up with the deficit, make up the deficit, and you brought it on in the first place, so you fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pearman. Our next speaker is here in council chambers. Candido Maris is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. Happy New Year's. I wanted to talk about item 32, the disclosure, but I'll do it at this time in case I can't say the entire
32
time.
has...
The police disclosure.
Yeah, 32 was called special, and it hasn't had a public hearing, so those cards will trigger it. So if you can talk about other items, we can in public comment.
The only problem, sir, is sometimes I'm not able, because of health reasons, to stay, so I'd appreciate if I'd be able to talk at this time.
I think, and I'm very respectfully say we can't. That's out of...
At this time, then, I'll hold my comments and come back on.
I think it's going to be a short meeting, so you should be able to talk.
Thank you,
on
sir.
32.
Appreciate your kindness.
Okay. That closes our general public comment. If we can now, we have 12 members, take up the ordinance number 1, please. Please open the roll on item 1. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. If we can reconsider 29 for cards from the public too, and we'll place that on the queue. Please open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll and tabulate the vote. Okay, that will put that on the queue. That'll bring up items. Please tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is back on the queue. Item 2 and 7, Mr. Parks want to take up together. Is there any objection to that, colleagues? But first, let's see the commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So let's take up item 15, please.
Item 15 is the appointment of Ms. Chrissy Castro to the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission.
All right. If we can ask the commission nominee to please step forward to the table here. And Mr. Labange's committee, I know this went through. Would Mr. Okay. Well, why don't you take this opportunity and let us know about your interest in serving. We thank you for putting yourself forward and congratulate you on the nomination. If you'd like to address the council this time, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Chrissy Castro. I'm Navajo and Mexican. I grew up very close to here in the city of Lincoln Heights. And I'm very excited to serve on the commission. I've worked for 5 years as a council coordinator for the American Indian Children's Council. And we work on improving social conditions for American Indian children and families in the county of LA.
Thank you very much. Mr. Labange, I know, had this nomination in his committee, so I'd like to recognize him at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Castro, thank you for your service on behalf of the City of Los Angeles. I think it's so important to have that voice, and more voices at the table make for a better city and a better country. So, Ms. Castro, I appreciate your commitment here. Thank you. I recommend an aye vote, members.
All right. Well, thank you. And this is, we know that Los Angeles has the largest population of Native Americans, of Indians here in this city and in this county. And this is a rare commission for the United States of America. And we really appreciate your willingness to serve. And with that, let's go ahead and make it official by preparing the roll and tabulating the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner. Welcome aboard. Actually, Mr. Parks, I've had a request from Ms. Perry. She has a few guests that are in the audience on item number 28 that she'd like to make sure that we can go. So then we'll come back for 2 and 7. If there's no objection, we'll take up now item 28. And I'd like to recognize Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your consideration. We have a few good friends who are filtering in today, and they are members of the 442nd. These are the honorable men, World War II veterans from Little Tokyo. And before you today is a resolution which supports the issuance of a United States commemorative stamp honoring the significant contribution of Japanese Americans during World War II. After the bombing of Pearl Harbor in 1941, Japanese Americans were harshly treated because of their ethnic background. Many young Nisei, second-generation Japanese Americans, volunteered for the United States Army to prove and demonstrate their patriotism, even as some left families in internment camps. The 442nd Regiment, comprised of Nisei soldiers, is amongst the most highly decorated units in the history of the United States military. Nisei, in the military intelligence service, saved countless lives with their knowledge of Japanese language and culture. These gentlemen continued their service during the occupation of Japan and even assisted with the drafting of the new Japanese Constitution. And I am proud to stand up today to say how proud I am to support the issuance of the commemorative stamp for the Nisei soldiers of World War II to honor their selfless sacrifice and patriotism. And I certainly hope that you'll all join me in voting yes for this resolution. And I think there may be a few cards.
We do have one card. Ellen Endo, if you'd like to step forward.
And Ellen, if you could have the vets who are here stand with you if they feel like it, I think it would be wonderful, so that people can see them on television. I want everybody to know that they're here. Give them a big hand.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate Councilwoman Perry and Councilman Reyes for sponsoring this resolution. As you heard in the resolution, this is a really noble cause for some very remarkable people. We have, in addition to the veterans, we have wives and widows who are here. So I want to honor them all. And if, with the council's permission, can I relinquish the rest of my time to one of the veterans? Is that okay? Thank you. Don? This is Don Secchi, who's a veteran of the 442nd World War II Regimental Combat Team. Just thank them and say why it's important to do this again.
I'd like to thank the City Council, also Jen Perry, for this stamp collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead if there's others you'd like to.
I have a minute, 10 seconds left. When I have one more.
Yeah, that was on his time actually, but you had 2 minutes yourself, but if there's anybody else who'd like to step forward, we'll give them 2 minutes as well.
Oh, okay.
If they just identify themselves for the record. Thank you.
I'm Sam Fujikawa, President of the Mainland 100th Battalion Group. I want to thank you, gentlemen, if you would approve, and ladies, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, would approve this proposal that is up to you people today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service to this nation. Okay, with that, did you want to say anything else, Ms. Perry? Mr. Labange is on the queue as well.
Other than I vote, so they can get back to the monument and have a little lunch and relax.
Great. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry and Ms. Reyes. Thank you for your leadership here. To the 442nd and all of you who served this country so well, this is a great idea. Its time has come. I'm very proud of the work that you've done, Ms. Perry, in Little Tokyo and with this monument, and I was honored in my previous service to be there when the dedication took place there. And so I just wanted to stand and salute the 442nd and thank you for your service to this country. Thank you very much. Let's give them another big hand.
Thank you. And next we have Mr. Rosendahl.
Another shout out. As a veteran, I want to say that your service to our great nation is greatly appreciated, and I want to apologize for the way many of your family were treated during the Second World War, and this monument is not only fitting, but it's fantastic that it's happening, and bless you for your service to our country. Thank you, sirs. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you all. We'll send that forthwith without objection. Thank you. Next, we'll recognize Mr. Parks for items 2 and 7. Without objection, we'll take those up together.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the City Treasurer to come up and also the CLA-CAO. Colleagues, recently at a Budget and Finance meeting, we had this treasurer come up and as a routine give us an update on where we are as it relates to our revenue and our revenue projections. And what's somewhat unique in this budget year is that we have historically had instances in which we have been able to control spending, but I think this is the first year I've seen where our revenues and our spending are somewhat going in opposite directions. And so I think it's important for our treasurer to give us an update, give us the projections of where she believes the city is going and the country as it relates to what we can expect over the next several months as we move out of this fiscal year, what we could expect in next fiscal year. Then I'd ask the CAO and the CLA to come up and discuss item 7 as it relates to the projections that we just heard and what and how we intend to deal with it on that evaluation and come up with a report that should be coming to the council soon as to what will be recommendations on how we will deal with the next several months of budgetary issues. So we asked our treasurer to give us that overview of our financial status.
Thank you, Councilmember Parks. Mr. President, members of the City Council, Joya DeFore, City Treasurer. This has been a tough revenue year, and that's no secret. As we reported in the committee, we have felt the effect of lower property taxes and the declining interest rates. The feds have reduced interest rates about 100 basis points, which of course impacts our revenue. We've been able to somewhat mitigate that, and I'm going to ask our Chief Investment Officer to provide some details on how we've been able to mitigate the effects of the negative economic environment.
Yes, as we know, during the past 2 quarters, since really June of 2007, we've seen a lower expectation of economic growth, primarily due to lower expected consumer spending as well as business spending. And as a consequence of this, we've seen the Federal Reserve target rate reduced from 5.25% to where we are today at 4.25%. We've also seen short and intermediate yields fall anywhere from 50 to 100 basis points, or 0.5% to 1% lower. And the way that impacts the city's core and reserve portfolio is that our reinvestment rates for matured funds, as well as contributions that we receive into the Treasurer's pool, is lower, and that affects interest earnings. The way that we've gone about mitigating this lower reinvestment risk environment is we now have the flexibility to invest in securities that have the opportunity to generate greater yields. And that includes callable federal agency securities, as well as corporate bonds, and in addition to that, mortgage-related securities that are backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government or one of its agencies. In terms of the portfolio, we've been able to avoid some of the recent landmines, which include structured investment vehicle exposure. We know that Florida, Massachusetts, Montana, and other investment pools have been plagued by heavy exposure to the subprime mortgage sector. So I want to assure the Council and the City that the Treasurer's investment pool has been able to avoid SIV exposure. We also have been cognizant of the financial institution risks that SIV exposure has exposed, and so we've actually been fairly light in our portfolio on bank and brokerage firm corporate bond exposure. Third, I want to say that our interest earnings, while our reinvestment rates are lower than what they were back in June, through the use of these innovative strategies that we're now employing, we actually have the expectation that our interest earnings will begin to approach our original estimate that we made back in the spring of last year. I still want to be clear and state that our current expectations for interest earnings in 07 or 08 are expected to be less than what our expectations were back in the spring of 2007. Finally, I want to reiterate that Moody's and S&P has confirmed our AAA ratings for the Treasurer's pool.
Okay. Let me just ask you, in December when you came before the committee, there's a couple of points you made that you expected the economy to grow at a 1.8%, and also you expected that the last quarter of the year our spending would continue at a rate that would continue to keep the economy flowing. Have either one of those or both of them come within your projections, or were they less than expected?
The expectations that we had within the past month or two, I would say our expectations for spending, both consumer spending and business spending, are still very similar to what they were within the past month or two.
Okay. And then tell us what your expectation of how the issue of foreclosures and the slowdown in the economy as it relates to sale of property and then foreclosures, how you would think that's going to impact the economy.
Right. We would expect that the current crisis, if you will, that's going on in the housing sector is going to cause consumers and businesses, for that matter, to spend less. We think that consumers are going to have less of an opportunity to borrow on their equity lines of credit, and that'll translate into lower consumer spending expectations. In terms of how a lower gross domestic product is going to affect the capital markets, we would expect that both short-term and intermediate-term rates will fall, and that will in turn affect the ability for the Treasurer's pool to seek high reinvestment rates, all things considered equal.
Could you explain, use the term, and it's also mentioned in our report, basis points. What does that mean for us as it relates to reviewing our economics, and also what does it mean as it relates to the public?
Right. Just to define, a basis point is 1/100th of 1%, and we make reference to the term basis point when we're talking about reinvestment rates. And the main point that I want to share with the council here today is that Treasury reinvestment rates are lower, but because we're able to implement some new and utilize some new investment products for the city, including callable agents, securities, and corporates, we're able to counteract some of this adverse market environment caused by a lower Treasury interest rate environment.
Okay. And let me ask the Treasurer, when did you make those projections for that we're currently talking about? How long ago did those projections were they made?
Those projections were made in April of 2007.
So the issue is we're talking well over a year ago. We're making projections, and what I understand is they're a little lower. Our return is a little lower than we projected, but because we have the ability with some new technology of looking at ways in which we can invest our money, we're closing the gap on those lower returns.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Miller, you and the CAO are going forward as it relates to a contingency plan, primarily from the information that we've received from the Treasurer, but also with the issues that are confronting us with our current budget in the next 6 months. Give us some idea of, just for the general awareness of the Council, of what some of the issues you're looking at on the contingency plan.
Well, we have certainly some difficult times ahead. On the current fiscal year, and I know the next financial status report will be in your committee shortly, but we are looking at a fairly significant downturn. Sales tax is going to be adjusted downward this year. Documentary transfer tax is going to be adjusted downward from the budget, and license permits, fees, and fines are also going to be adjusted downward. In addition, there are some expenditure issues in some departments. As you know, the departments are being asked to essentially eat the cost of living increases this year, and through managed hiring come in at budget. So there's a fairly substantial projected downturn during the current fiscal year. That also, it's important to point out, assumes continued collection of the telephone utility tax. And obviously that issue is going to be before the voters on the 5th of February. Going forward next year, obviously that's going to be a key issue. In addition, with the economic downturn that we're seeing, there would be an expectation the property tax is going to be impacted, although right now it's running fairly close to plan. So there are some substantial issues going forward, and what we will come back to you with are the actions that we believe are going to be necessary to keep the city's budget in balance and keep the city's credit rating in the capital markets to deal with some of the issues that we're seeing.
Okay. Let me ask you, Mr. Miller, we've had a number of articles recently about what's going on in the state. What is your view of how the city could be impacted by some of the judgments and decisions made at the state level?
At this point, certainly with transportation funding that we've, other than transportation funding that we've talked about, there does not appear to be a lot of direct impact from the state. proposed budget. And again, that's early, that is proposed, so it's impossible to tell at this point what ultimately is going to be enacted. The larger concern would be that the cutback in social programs, how they would impact local communities, whether it be homelessness and health care and other issues, where the city might be sort of in a position of having to take up the slack. But there doesn't appear to be a lot of direct impact on city revenues from what the state is proposing at this time.
The two areas I think we're most concerned with on the mandates. Do we expect them to be funding those mandates imposed by the state? And also, my understanding is that there may be some funds that they want to hold for several months as opposed to giving us our allotment on schedule.
That's correct. The CAO, when they come forward with the FSR, is not assuming reimbursements from some of the state mandates. So that will be an issue.
Okay. Now, is it on the issue of the state holding the funds? That's a timing issue because they expect somewhere, I guess, in the first part of next fiscal year we get those funds. But the mandate issue is basically a hole in the budget. Those are funds that appear not to be forthcoming.
It is, and the timing issue that you referred to really, I think, relates to our street program. There's some expectation that those monies are not going to be available, so some of the miles of street resurfacing may need to be pushed into next fiscal year. Ultimately, when the money is released, we should have that funding. But then, of course, with our budget situation for next year, it certainly is going to impact the total number of miles that we're able to do.
Okay. And then we will have on January 28th our mid-year review of the budget. When do we expect the contingency plan to be completed?
We would hope to get that back to you sometime in mid-February. The instruction is to have actions in place to implement as of March 1st.
Okay, so somewhere immediately, so we'll have three major dates. We have the January 28th for the mid-year, we have the election first week of February, and then this report will come at some point at mid-February.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, I just went through this exercise in which it took a great deal more time in committee just to give you an idea of what we could be expecting over the next several weeks, not just in next year's budget, but how we will have to resolve some of the pending issues in this current year to get to June 30th, and then what's confronting us come July 1st. And so I just wanted to make sure that we often spend a lot of time on how we spend the money. We often do not spend enough time talking about how do we raise revenue, and that's why our treasurer is here to talk about what their projections are. And certainly Mr. Miller has covered more than adequately what some of the steps we'll be taking, and those reports will be forthcoming over the next several weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank the Chair, Budget and Finance for that exercise. I'm hoping that we are listening to the dire straits we're going to be going through. But I want to ask the CLA, there are several funds that we are competing for in terms of water funds, competitive funds at the state level. Many of them are based on reimbursement. In other words, we have to have a cash flow to essentially spend the money in order to receive the money and backfill what we spend. Are we in a position to at least go through a process where we could isolate projects, let's say along the Los Angeles River, to spend this money to get reimbursed by the state? I mean, are we going to start discussing where this cash revenue can come from in order for us to even qualify to accept and be reimbursed by the state? Can you speak to that?
Sure. Yes, that is a very important issue, and those discussions do need to be had. Cash flow certainly could become an issue, and the council does need to discuss where the priorities are, where the focus needs to be. Beyond that, it's also important to recognize in many state and federal grants there's a match requirement. So there in many times there is a general fund impact as a result of the acceptance of grants. So I think the discussion of what grant programs are going to accomplish, where they fall in the priorities, and what the general fund impact is by accepting those grants, those are all discussions that are going to have to be had.
In the spirit of understanding our full capacity to generate revenues in-house, are we any closer to understanding how our underused land, our properties that we control, that are zoned for certain performance, if you will, and generate revenue, are we any closer to understanding what we have in-house and the necessary changes we need to go through to trigger and stimulate these properties that are either lying dormant or underused? I know there is some direction as to studying what's going on in our maintenance yards and the like. Are we moving any closer? Can you speak to that issue?
We are. As you know, the Board of Public Works has put together a task force specifically related to maintenance yards and to create a master plan that includes not just the city, quote-unquote city-owned facilities, but DWP facilities, proprietary as well, to really try to maximize and make the yards most efficient. Those are vital facilities for the city. We need to have them. But can we do that more efficiently? Does that result in some property that can be used for economic development and other issues? And as you know, in your committee, the industrial land use policy and others, which do impact economic development, they impact jobs, they can impact money to the city coffers, those issues as well. Finally, there is a pretty comprehensive database of city-owned properties. I know that has been an issue of properties that the city owns and either trying to sell surplus properties or try to make them available for economic development.
Well, I plan in the very near future to have the discussion when I bring in all the industrial land use motions into one meeting in hopes that we have more coordination and some type of a timeline that makes us aware what the mayor might be recommending, what might come from Public Works, so we can move on these issues and actually stimulate this revenue and heighten our ability to create more economic development opportunities. So I look forward to that. Do you think you can get some feedback from the mayor's office and our Public Works Commission as to a timeline? And can you share that with us in the near future?
Certainly. I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. If nobody else wishes to be heard, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for informing not only council members but the public as to our current fiscal straits. With that, we will go to our next item, number 8, called special by Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl, we have number 8.
Yes, could we have some staff come before us and explain this? Do we have animal services here?
Anybody from animal services here? Oh, yeah, there we go. Like to come up to the table?
You could always lay it on the table and call them over here. Someone's up there.
Thank you.
Oh, here they go.
They also want the CAO up there.
And the CAO as well. Good morning. Explain what this is.
Okay, good morning. I'm John Forland with the Department of Animal Services. What we have before you is a request to change the method for establishing fees for animal licenses, particularly dog and cat licenses. Right now, the fee basis is almost entirely in the municipal code. The specific...
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Could you bring the mic closer to yourself? Thank you.
What we have before you is a request to change the method for establishing fees for permits and licenses for animals, mostly cats and dogs.
By change the methods, what do you mean?
As at present, the authority for establishing fees is in the municipal code. There are a number of provisions that set specific dollar amounts for licenses and fees and permits. And some of those provisions are decades old. And we want to be able to update those fees, number one, for purposes of making them more current for recovering costs.
Make them more what?
More current for recovering our costs. And number two, to make it easier to look at those fees and revise them. So we're proposing a method where our Animal Services Commission each year would review fees and propose changes, make recommendations to the council for adoption.
So that means the council is not giving up its power or authority. It would still come back to the council for approval.
That is correct.
But it allows Animal Service Commission to evaluate these fees and make recommendations to us.
Yes, that would be done annually.
CLA, would you concur with that and would explain your feelings on this motion?
Well, what we have in front of you also is a CAO report where we ask that the CAO review first the way Animal Services analysis on their various fees, because we have reviewed that it's been since 1995, a lot of these fees have been old and it hasn't been reviewed for full cost recovery. And so we want to work with Animal Services in terms of reviewing their analysis and making sure that it goes with the city's financial policies.
So are you now asking us to go from $10 to $15 for the fee, or is that part of this discussion or not?
That would be part of the discussion. We do not have any specific recommendations at this point. We have done a study of the existing fees and determined the cost amounts for recovery of our administrative costs. At this point, we're looking at specific recommendations for changes in fee amounts and fee basis. One of the things we also want to do is simplify the structure. We have probably several hundred different variations in fees that we could charge, and we just believe this can be simplified to make it easier to administer, easier to understand, and reduce the processing costs as well.
Okay, so today, by voting yes, we're not raising the fees.
No, you're not. It's just a note and file. And actually, there is a report from Animal Services that our office is currently reviewing right now. And we'll hopefully have a report for you in, 30 days or so.
Great. Did you want to add anything?
No, I think we've covered everything from the CAO's point of view.
Okay. Last question is, what kind of aggressive action are we taking to get more dogs registered? Most dogs aren't, right? What's the percentage of those who have the license?
We don't actually have a count of the total number of dogs in the city. We've heard some estimates of around 800,000. Right now we have 123,000 licenses issued. So we feel this is part of a process that's going to help us get more dogs and licensed and registered and get more owners to participate in the process. We're working now aggressively with all of the pet store owners and veterinarians to register the new animals and on recertifying and relicensing the annual license for dogs.
Okay, it's very important when you come back after this note and file that you come up with a clear marketing plan of how you're going to get more dogs registered, because the burden is on just a few. When you say there's 800,000 dogs and 100, what did you say? How many?
123,000.
123,000 are registered. We have a long way to go on the overall process. And if you really want to recover costs, one of the things you should do is have a much more aggressive licensing program. I've also suggested get the high school kids, incent them to go out there and bang on doors and do this kind of stuff to make it forward. Come up with creative ideas to get more of these animals registered would be wonderful, and I'd love to see that coming forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that. We have begun already with refocusing the efforts of our canvassing unit.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. That is our last speaker, so let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you. Next item.
Item 9 was called special by Councilmember Smith and Alarcon.
Okay, and Mr. Alarcon, we've also been informed by the city attorney that the substantive changes in this trigger a reopening of the public hearing. So we have quite a few cards on this. So without objection, I think we'll go to the public hearing first. And I'd like to invite forward Carol Schatz to be our first speaker. And after that will be Gary Tobin. And then we'll have Edgar Kalatian. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Mr. President, Happy New Year to everyone. It's nice to see you. I've missed you, kind of. We are here to speak about this issue. We in downtown, as an example, have a very good relationship with our neighborhood council. We helped to form it. We are very close with the leadership. And yet we do not agree that it is wise for you to allow neighborhood councils to have a council file for the very simple reason that these councils were purposefully made advisory. You are the legislative body. There's a reason you're the legislative body. You go out, you campaign, you deal with whole neighborhoods in your district, and you are elected. And you are elected to deal with all of the issues in your neighborhood. We believe that, and I think you would all agree that many of the neighborhood councils do very good work, but many more are completely dysfunctional. And giving 89 neighborhood councils the right to have council files opened on for 3 matters, or 3 times a year is going to be, not 3 times a year, but for 3 matters, is going to really strain city services. There has been no examination of the economic cost of this, the cost to city staff of doing this, and we would urge you not to support this motion and to support Councilmember Smith's amendment. We think this is a step in the right direction, but we believe that without an economic analysis from the CLA and the CAO, this concept should not move forward. And you might think about whether or not the business improvement districts, who are authorized by the city and have a very close relationship by the city, would also be given this opportunity if you move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Tobin will be your next speaker. After that is Edgar Kalatian, and after that will be Didi Audit.
Good morning, council members, President Garcetti. On behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to indicate our opposition to giving neighborhood councils the authority to open council files. The Chamber does not believe that the city charter intended to give advisory neighborhood councils the same authority to open council files as the mayor, city council members, department general managers, and commissioners. Finally, if the neighborhood councils are granted this new power, we certainly support the recommendation that neighborhood councils be subject to Form 700 filings, gift thresholds, and the Brown Act requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Edgar Kalatian is next, and then Didi Audit.
Good morning, council members. Edgar Kalatian, attorney with Paul Hastings, also on the board of directors of VICA and chair of VICA's Land Use Committee. I am here today wearing my VICA hat. VICA supports the Neighborhood Council Review Commission recommendations and believes the recommendations go a long way in improving the neighborhood council system of the city of Los Angeles. However, VICA is very concerned about NCRC recommendation number 3, which would give neighborhood councils the ability to create council files. VICA's concerns are based primarily on ethical considerations. We welcome and support Councilmember Smith's motion. In the Valley, VICA has seen cases where special interest groups have succeeded in stacking neighborhood councils, resulting in aggressive positions that either contradict a previous council member's position or do not reflect the sentiments of the community at large. In the spirit of transparency and open government, VICA continues to recommend the neighborhood council members and candidates be required to disclose the same financial statements as other city office holders and staff members. If neighborhood councils are able to initiate legislation, then there needs to be far more scrutiny of who is eligible to serve our neighborhood councils, who spends money to influence elections, and who gets to vote. Furthermore, the city must monitor and control neighborhood council elections, which are currently open to scrutiny. Currently, anyone in the community is eligible to vote, which includes residents of other cities. Since it is simple for interest groups such as Lane, and yes, even developers, to have their supporters elected to neighborhood councils, the opening of council files helps those interest groups apply political pressure to city council members to act on bad public policy. The CAO, Ethics Commission, and City Attorney's Office needs to analyze the financial and ethical impacts of this motion. Until then, VICA is opposed to neighborhood councils, many of which include residents of other cities, to be able to introduce legislation in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Didi Audit is our next speaker. After that will be Yolanda Gonzalez.
My name is Didi Audette. I'm from Venice. Last night I had dinner with the current president of the Venice Neighborhood Council, and we agreed that the feeling in Venice is that we have such good rapport with our council person getting our interests before the city council, that we don't need to push for this issue. However, there may be other neighborhood councils who don't have our great good fortune and may need it. Thank you.
Thank you. We've received a flood of cards, and I've been informed by our city attorney that our public hearings last unless somebody goes for 2 minutes per speaker through all these, which would be about 40 minutes for 20 minutes. So I could move to 1 minute apiece if that would accommodate more people. I know folks don't know which order they're coming in, so it's a little bit of a gamble, but it's more people that could speak, even though it's a shorter time. Is that all right with folks? If so, we'll set the clock to a minute, and we appreciate people's understanding with that. Yolanda Gonzalez will be next. Then we'll go out to the San Fernando Valley for Linda Pruitt.
Yes. Good morning, council members. Happy New Year. Past Vice President for Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council. Past Vice President twice, 2 years in a row for Venice Neighborhood Council. My dear council members, I've been legislating laws here in the state of California since 1976 when I was 26 years old. I was not even an American citizen. And when the formation of neighborhood councils came about, I said, wow, this is Americana at its best in democracy. Thank you for the education that I have received from this city in the process in which the citizens have a right to speak their mind. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bill, for supporting us. The whole idea of neighborhood councils and approval of these files was to get voters out to vote because you had the lowest representation of voting coming in to getting you elected.
Thank you very much. Linda Pruitt is our next speaker out in Van Nuys, and after that will be Stephen Leffert, also in Van Nuys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Pruitt, and I am immediate past president and current vice president of the Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council. And I am here this morning to speak in favor of this. It wasn't that many years ago that just the idea of neighborhood councils themselves was considered experimental, controversial, and even frightening to some people. But obviously this has been a great thing for the city of Los Angeles and for its constituents. And I urge you to go forward with this in the pilot program to allow our neighborhood councils to file case forms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Stephen Leffert, also out in Van Nuys.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Leffert. I'm president of the Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council. I am in support of this motion. It's about ethics, it's about accountability, it's about the city charter. Neighborhood councils are part of the city charter. We have to be accountable to our stakeholders. We have the ethical question of, do all the council persons listen to and take the advice of the neighborhood councils? Or are they listening to other constituents that are not a part of the city charter? So a great example of this not recording the effects of community action, Dennis Zine, Councilman Zine, had to experience with this renaming issue that took place right here in the Van Nuys council chambers last November. I think it's a really good way to get on record for the neighborhood council actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back here to the chambers, and Jill Banks-Barad is our next speaker. After that is Lydia Drew Mather. Good morning.
Good morning, President Garcetti, members of the City Council. I'm here today on behalf of the two organizations that I chair, the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council and the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. Both organizations unanimously support this motion, and this would allow direct access of neighborhood councils to filing motions and would acknowledge on your part that we are the eyes and the ears of our neighborhoods. And we have some good ideas too, and we want to do real good for our neighborhoods. The vision of the charter was that neighborhood councils would have a real partnership with our city council. And that's what this would mean, that we have a real partnership, and that The charter said, let's bring government to the people. That's what this is, bringing government to the people, treating us like adults and responsible citizens. And to say that a majority of our neighborhood councils are dysfunctional is just not true. And requiring neighborhood, can I just finish?
Go ahead, last sentence.
Thank you. Requiring neighborhood councils to file a 700 form is going to cause a revolt in neighborhood councils, because many of our neighbors will not file that because they don't want their neighbors to see who their clients are or what their bank accounts are. So I ask the City Council to please vote for this. Trust us with this responsibility. Let us prove we're responsible, and then you can evaluate at 2 years. Thank you.
Lydia Drew Mather is our next speaker, and then Ryan Aubrey will be after that.
Good morning, council members, and thank you for allowing us to participate in this. I urge the passage of this issue. It will promote greater parity and citizen representation and equal treatment in the city among all concerned parties. I urge the adoption of this motion without the amending motion that is before you that would place undue obstacles to healthy participation in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ryan Aubrey is our next speaker, and then Damon Johnson.
Good morning. Ryan Aubrey with project manager with the Angeles Group. We're a development company doing workforce townhome projects in the Los Angeles area. On current projects we have worked closely with neighborhood councils. That has been a helpful process of getting advice on how to do projects that are cohesive with the neighborhoods. But we do have concern about them being able to file motions against the project that would obviously delay potentially these projects, add to costs, add to the risk. So we do look forward in working with the neighborhood councils, but hope that continues to be in an advisory role. Thank you.
Thank you. Damon Johnson is our next speaker. After that is Tommy Lynn Bowling.
Good morning, honorary council members and guests. My name is Damon Johnson, former council secretary for the South Central Neighborhood Council. Yes, neighborhood council individuals are elected, just to set it straight. And we're elected to uphold the community and the concerns of the community, and to bring and benefit and make our communities better than what they are. I'm here today to support our council file, neighborhood council files, because it's beneficial to the community. Yes, developers don't want it, because if the community doesn't want it, the neighborhood councils doesn't want it. So, of course, we're going to have opposition today. We're going to have opposition by anyone who does not take a direct effect into the communities by listening to the community and saying, what is it that you want? Neighborhood councils are here for the community, and I'm here today to support neighborhood councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy Lynn Bowling is next, and then Humberto Camacho. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you. You guys were all voted in here by people, and the neighborhood council is the voice of the people, and it gives them a chance to be involved. I can't tell you how many people come up to me as a neighborhood council activist and say, why do you waste your time? And I give them the reasons why, and I show them how involved neighborhood councils are. Give people a chance, and they will get more involved. You want to see the neighborhood councils take off? Pass this motion.
Thank you. Humberto Camacho. After that will be Leonard Schaefer.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished members of the council, I'm here to support this motion, and it's entirely. We're not ready to go backwards. We have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and I'm here to say to you and to the rest of the neighborhood councils that we're going to fight this issue tooth and nails. And we need these files, as you have declared over here, without no amendments. If the Chamber of Commerce or the big corporations don't like us, too bad. But we represent the people in our councils, and we're going to stick to our guns. And we expect today a vote yes on this issue, so we can keep going ahead and making more progress for Los Angeles. Thank you.
Leonard Schaefer is next. After that is Billy Hayes.
Good morning, members of the council. Leonard Schaefer, Tarzana Neighborhood Council President, member of the NCRC. Neighborhood councils are charged with bringing government and the people closer together. This is a tool to be used. It's a progress for neighborhood councils. This is not the ability to create legislation. It is nothing more than the ability to create public recommendations. If the city council or the council committee members don't like it, they find it a bad idea, they will not act on it. I've heard many complaints here and during the NCRC of takeovers and special interests. I have never once heard anyone cite a specific example that can tell me that. All right? You've got 5. I've never seen any, Mr. Smith. All right, the Form 700. Without the Form 700, we are still under the law. If we violate the law, if we violate the ethics provisions like everyone else, we can be prosecuted. At the NCRC, we debated this matter, we discussed it, we even mentioned the 700, we rejected it, we said it should not be. I urge you to pass this motion.
Billy Hayes is our next speaker. After that is Nina Royal.
Good morning. My name is Billy Hayes with the Foothill Trails District Neighborhood Council. We're here in support of this measure. We would like to see the council vote to pass it without any amendments. Contrary to what we've heard from the opposition of how it's going to bankrupt the city and how busloads of people would take over neighborhood councils just for their own personal interest is false and it's bogus, and this is just another way to stop the people in the neighborhoods from having a voice at City Hall. And I would hope that this would pass, and it would pass unanimously without any amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Royal is next. After that is Jason Lyon.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to address you. My name is Nina Royal. I am the corresponding secretary of the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council and have been a board member since its inception, going on 5 years. I have a question. Why is organizations like VICA, the Chamber of Commerce, developers, what are they afraid of? Why are they afraid of neighborhood councils? We have not been shown to be illegal, to be deceptive. And if a project or a business is good for our communities, meet the needs of our communities, and they follow the rules, there's no problem. I would like you to really look into this reason of what their problem is, because you know something that we don't know. We deserve to have those council files. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Lyon. After that is Charlie Mims.
Good morning, council members. Jason Lyon, Vice Chair, Neighborhood Council Review Commission. I think you're in receipt of my written comments, so I won't review those points again, but I did want to highlight one area of our deliberations. At the core of this idea, we felt that there needed to be a way to keep a transparent public record of original recommendations from neighborhood councils that aren't tied to an existing council file. And as you know from the whole of our recommendations, we tried to avoid creating any new bureaucracy or any new system or any new costs. And so the most logical system for keeping a record of a recommendation that you receive is your own council file. We were very aware that we had the safeguard of having committee chairs have the discretion whether or not to schedule it. And so I think it's the right system. We've talked about it for a long time. And I do want to say briefly, we also talked about the idea of stepping into the legislative arena. And we felt clearly that this doesn't cross into legislation. Legislating is the art of crafting legislation and language of the law and then voting on it and standing behind it. It's a suggestion box with a public record attached to it. Thank you.
Charlie Mims, our next speaker. After that is Elizabeth Bogart-Sharkoff.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. My name is Charlie Mims, and I'm president of the Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council. Our council wholeheartedly supports the motion. However, I would like to speak in opposition to the amendment. We have a very diverse board on our neighborhood council, including many small businessmen in our area, or actually businesswomen. There are a lot of restaurants in our area. They're almost all small businesses, very few chains. When the Dunn told us a few years ago that the small business people on our board would have to fill out a Form 700, most of them said they would resign and not participate. because of concerns about disclosing their business situation to their competitors. So for those of you on the council that are concerned about supporting small business in the area, which is really the economic engine that drives the economy in the Los Angeles area, please consider voting no on the amendment and yes on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Bogart-Sharkoff. And then after that is Candido Maras. Good morning.
Good morning. Elizabeth Bogart-Sharkoff, Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. Transparency of public records are very important key, but also I would like to address the concerns raised by the business community. For the last 5 years, as a board member of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council and a chair of the Urban Design and Preservation Advisory Committee, I can attest to our proactive, positive, and very productive experience with small, medium, and big developers. The results are satisfactory to both sides, to the community and to the developer, when the process is handled with transparency and all issues are addressed to everyone's satisfaction. No lawsuits are filed. The progress goes smoothly. It saves the developer tons of money. The final product fits better into the community. And in the end, the sale is fantastic for the developer. Please give this city a chance. Thank you.
Candido Maras is next, and then after that is Frank Wada.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. Candido Maras of the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council and proud resident of the 12th District, where I'm represented by Councilman Greg Smith. I was offended by the woman that was from the so-called business community when she called neighborhood councils dysfunctional. Do you know what it means for these individuals who are part of those so-called dysfunctional neighborhood councils? They're trying to improve the quality of life in their community. So even though you call them dysfunctional, they're actually trying to do something positive for the community. So I hope that you apologize to them, because anybody that's willing to take the time, because you know what it's like, the cost it is on your life and the amount of time you do that. I am here in support of allowing councils to have this, excuse me, I apologize, medication, these approvals. But I believe that we as individuals have to be held responsible. Most of you know that I ran for city council. I only gained 168 votes, but I was willing to challenge. So I'm asking neighborhood councils members to step up and take the responsibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maras. Frank Wada is next. After that is Cindy Cleghorn.
Hello, my name is Frank Wada. I'm resident of Lincoln Heights board member of the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council. I'm here to support the council file and also would oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cindy Cleghorn is next. After that is David Hernandez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Cindy Cleghorn. I'm with the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council. I also served on the Neighborhood Council Review Commission. This neighborhood councils need to seek the support of other neighborhood councils before submitting a council file. This will be a task that requires open and transparent noticed meetings. This is not a step to be taken lightly. We believe this will be a win-win approach for all and will serve our communities well. Neighborhood council files will further serve the city well with better opportunities for business and residents of the city. I urge your support of the NCRC's recommendation number 3. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hernandez. After that will be Mary Garcia.
Good morning, council members. I came to speak on a different issue, but sitting back and listening, I felt compelled to come in and make some comments. I'm on the Northeast North Hollywood Neighborhood Council, and our stakeholders are members of the business community, they're developers, they're homemakers, they're school teachers, they're students. They make up a vast variety. Stakeholders are inclusive of everyone. If individuals have a problem with the makeup of neighborhood councils, then we encourage them to participate in the process. A lot of individuals have spent a lot of time, including the members of this council, in investing in the future of local control. The North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council has the privilege of sharing 2 council districts with Councilman Cardenas and Councilmember Gruhl. We invest a lot of stakeholders' resources into supporting the City Council, the Police Department. Councilmember Gruhl addressed us Thursday night and requested funding for the graffiti cameras. we are very functional. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mary Garcia is next, and then Seal Borman.
Good morning.
Morning.
I really urge you to support us. In supporting us, you're supporting you. The fact is this, that if we're in support of or doing something in our community, we need you to help us do that. And that's why we're here today. We're not here to take anything away from you. We don't need to. We don't need your power, but we need you to listen to our needs in all of our communities. And that's all this is about. And I would ask, someone just said to me, and by the way, I know you're all very passionate here, in particular Mr. LaBonge, about this city, this great city, but you couldn't be more passionate than all the people that are sitting behind me. We're just as passionate, and that's why we're out there volunteering to be part of these neighborhood councils. And I would ask a request of you. There are people that have not signed cards, and they asked me if you would just ask the people that have not signed them if they would please stand so they can be recognized as for being here today to support this. And I urge you all, please.
Thank you. Seal Borman is our next speaker, and then Tony Wilkinson. And then our last speaker is Russell Brown after that.
Good morning, and God bless us all for being here today. I'd just like to make this one statement. You know, to have a council file doesn't mean that it becomes law, but it enables neighborhood councils to have a voice for the people, no matter how strident or immature. Neighborhood councils will grow and mature. Give us the same opportunity to evolve, just as city governments all around this great country built on democracy have had the chance to grow and evolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Wilkinson is next. After that, Russell Brown.
I'm Tony Wilkinson from the Panorama City Neighborhood Council, and I'm sort of mystified at the consternation about this particular issue. First of all, neighborhood councils are advocates for everybody in the community, and as smart politicians, we would always rather have an advocate on the city council, as we do on this very issue today from our Councilman Alarcon. And so we would first of all go to our council people if we had an issue. So I don't think you're going to see that many neighborhood council files if we can get advocates on our council. In terms of whether or not neighborhood councils represent the community, we have in our bylaws a requirement that we have 1/3 of our members from the business community. We also have a requirement that homeowners are not allowed to represent a majority of the board. We have on our board the Chief Executive Officer of Mission Community Hospital, the manager of a large Masteritz property. So thank you very much for hearing this, and thank you for advocating for us.
Mr. Brown.
Good morning. My name is Russell Brown. I'm president of Downtown LA Neighborhood Council. We have 27 board members, and I'm speaking for myself. I don't see any concern why this can't be an amazing idea. Most everybody on our board has multiple stakeholder statuses. I'll list myself as one. I'm the area-wide resident. I'm also executive director of the Historic Downtown BID. I also run a couple of other organizations. And I'm a little confused how representative democracy, listening to everybody, seems to be a threat. I think we all know what good ideas are and bad ideas, and this gives us the opportunity to really work with everybody and build consensus. We have 8 specific business seats on our board that represent almost all of the bids. We have 27 people that reach consensus. Every single day, 450,000 people live, work, or drive through downtown. And to us, the ultimate good neighborhood is good business, so we see no conflict in this, and we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Having no other cards, that closes our public comment on this. We'll turn to Daniel Weissman as our last speaker.
Thank you for receiving the card, Mr. Chairman. On this issue of council files, I want to talk about the oppositions to it. You will have heard, and perhaps some of you have accepted the idea, that if the neighborhood councils are able to generate council files, that we're going to overload you Well, you're already overloaded. You're a little more overloaded, you wouldn't know the difference. You've heard that we're going to be sending in facetious and ridiculous council files that have nothing to do with the real important business of the city. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't think that the people who come before you and stand at this lectern and also talk in the background to us and ask us to come and stand at this lectern before you, don't think that what they're interested in is important, look again, please. These issues may sometimes seem facetious. They're not. They're of concern to us. We hope that you will vote and pass this measure. Thank you for hearing me.
Appreciate it, Mr. Wiseman. With that, we'll return to the chair of our Education and Neighborhoods Committee, Mr. Allen.
President, 7 or so years ago, the voters of Los Angeles joined with City Council and the Mayor to call for a new system of democracy in Los Angeles, a system that would bring people closer to city government and give them a role and responsibility to express what we could not express because of the number of constituents that we were faced with serving. They are the eyes and ears for us, and on a daily basis present to us issues that we need to hear about, that we can't get to even with a healthy dose of staffing. And so we embarked on the process of creating the neighborhood council system to expand that democracy, and we put some evaluation tools in the measure, and the voters supported the creation of a review commission to evaluate the progress, recognizing that creating new democracies require changes. And as time goes on, it's necessary to change the system of the democracy. And in this case, there were 73 recommendations that emerged from that commission. We have sent 58 of those recommendations to the council, and the council has approved 58 of those 73 recommendations. We held back on the last 13 because we considered them to be a little more controversial. And some of them, I question their controversy, and others, I understand deeply why they're controversial. But these are the first two in that final batch. But if we move forward with these items, that will be 60 items that would be approved in some form that were recommended from the Review Commission. Creating a council file, after looking at this and hearing all the concerns and consternation and complaints, I can tell you, I have been quoted in the papers as saying, I don't understand the controversy. I just don't understand what the problem is with creating neighborhood council files. But nevertheless, the committee considered each and every one of the concerns, all the sky is falling allegations, and we have produced a marginal movement forward with the council file issue. We didn't take 100% of the Review Commission's recommendation, and we didn't concur 100% with the Central Cities Association and others who advocate quite a different approach. What we did say is that we ought to take a look at this process and see if something positive can come forward. And so what the committee unanimously decided is to provide an opportunity for neighborhood councils to demonstrate that they have a valid reason for existence and that they have the right to input into our city council system ideas for us to consider. And so this would be a 2-year pilot project. It would be reviewed by my committee again, and we would make recommendations for changes after that. And they would only have limited authority because each council would only have up to 3 council files to introduce, which would, I think, force them to ensure that when they use that council file opportunity, they would work very hard to ensure it was the best they could offer to us. I don't think this is going to have the kind of impact that the neighborhood council members, some neighborhood council members would like to see it have. I frankly don't think it's going to do that much. I don't think that it's going to belabor the system. The city clerk has testified in committee that they have no problem with handling some 250 to 300 council files, and it'll probably end up being 40 or 50, maybe less. And I just don't see why it is so difficult for the council, when given an idea by a neighborhood council in the form of a neighborhood council file, to just say no if we disagree. We have that power. Nothing changes in that power. And so I would ask that we not look at this as an opportunity to change the system dramatically by providing a council file. This is an opportunity for the council to express to the neighborhood council members and to the system that we believe in them, that we trust them, and we respect them. We respect also our responsibility to manage this city, and therefore we put some constraints on this idea. But in 2 years, we will reconsider it, and if some great ideas emerge, and if nothing happens to belabor the system as predicted, then we will give them more authority. And I think that would be the right thing to do. And so I think this is a reasonable approach. I absolutely disagree with anybody who would say the neighborhood council system is dysfunctional or any component of it is dysfunctional. This is a democracy. Sometimes democracies make mistakes in their units or otherwise. We do not need to resort to name calling. We need to support this system because it is our future. And so there will be another 11 files that we will consider in committee and send forward to City Council. By identifying these neighborhood council files, and by the way, they will be named neighborhood council files, so they won't be CFs, they will be NCFs for the council members. We will be able to see them very clearly. We will be able to understand and review them once we go through this 2-year process. The voters of Los Angeles spoke loudly, and I believe every council member agreed that we should create a neighborhood council system. They are asking for this power. I believe it's a minimal power. I believe it's merely an opportunity for them to work closer with us. The vote today is really not about whether we are changing the system or empowering the neighborhood council. It is about building trust with the neighborhood council system between the city council and the neighborhood council system. I want us to have that trust. I want us to build that respect. I want us to work together as a team. I don't want any portion of the neighborhood council system to find itself in dysfunction, and I believe that this is a small action toward that direction. So I would urge that all of us come together as the neighborhood council committee, Dennis Zine and Ms. Hahn, and all of us who disagreed on this issue, but came to a unanimous decision after considered discussion, input from the community, and debate, and agreed that we ought to move forward with this idea.
Thank you, Mr.
With that, I hope that you will support this motion today as a small message to the neighborhood council system that you are not dysfunctional, you are good.
Mr. Smith is our next speaker. After that is Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Labange, Mr. Zine, and Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't disagree with
After
anything.
this will be Cardenas, Hahn, Rosendahl, Labange, Zine, and Gruhl.
As I said before, I don't disagree with anything Mr. Alarcon says. I find tremendous value in neighborhood councils. I have a monthly meeting we call the Neighborhood Council Cabinet, where all my neighborhood councils meet with me on a monthly basis. I speak to them on phone regularly about issues that I'm voting on. In fact, I just polled my presidents a couple months ago when we voted on the last package. Wanted to hear their concerns and issues. I know we've had numerous ideas that have come from my neighborhood councils that I've introduced on their behalf, and I think all of us do that. I heard someone talk about the concept that maybe some of these would be frivolous and silly motions. Maybe they haven't looked at our council calendar lately, but we do our fair share of silly and stupid motions around here. We don't have to wait for them to do it for us. My concerns are a couple of things. First of all, there's a real benefit of that, having the ability for neighborhood councils to introduce files. My concerns lie with the legality of the concept, and that is, once you move from the advisory role, which our charter has established, into a legislative role, the rules need to change. I have always said neighborhood councils should not have the Brown Act put on them because they're advisory in nature. There are people coming together to talk about issues and make ideas and recommendations. But once you write a law, once you introduce something into a city council, you're changing the nature of your body. You are no longer advisory in nature, but legislative in nature, and that carries different rules and responsibilities. Gentlemen challenged me. I know of 5 cases where a neighborhood council was perverted by a special interest who tried to take it over or did take it over. A couple of them were land use related, where a developer paid a neighborhood council member to try and get the neighborhood council to vote a different way. That is wrong. If you're going to start introducing motions, we need to know why and what's coming from. I think we need to protect ourselves and inoculate ourselves in the same way the state law requires us to do. One person said to me, well, these are volunteers. Folks, our commissioners are volunteers. They file the 700 forms. Our staff are paid. They're not volunteers, but they write legislation, and they're required to put in the 700 form because people need to know in a transparent, open government what is behind what's going on. And that's why these laws were written, to protect us as citizens against the influence of special interest, fraud, and abuse. And so I think once you want to change the hat you're wearing, you need to play by the rules of the hat you're going to wear. If you want to wear a legislative hat, then play by the legislative rules that we all are required to do. The staffs that are standing here, the volunteers who serve as commissioners in this city, as well as our members of the council. And so I think it's important for us to move forward with this, to support it. I ask your support of my amendment because it brings openness in government to the neighborhood councils that want to participate. Not all. Only those that choose to introduce motions in the city council committees will then be required to play by that legislative role. If a neighborhood council chooses not to do that, then they never have to fill out those forms. And that board and those can make those decisions when they bring those issues forward. If they want to play by those rules, let them play by those rules. If they choose not to, let them opt out, and they never have to fill out the forms, and they never have to worry about disclosing personal interest matters to them, to anyone else. And so I think this is a logical extension of public policy. It is a logical extension of the rules by which our city council staff play by which our commissioners play by, which any elected official in the state of California plays by. And I think it's a good public policy, and I ask your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker.
Thank you very much. Could I have the CLA, Mr. Miller, come forward, please, and hold my time as he's answering my questions, Mr. President? Mr. Miller, could you briefly describe what a council file is?
Well, a council file is an official document that is before the council for some sort of disposition or consideration. They're created either through a council motion. Frequently, they're created through council motion. They're created through submissions of reports by department heads on a specific issue that the council is asked about. Those are the primary ways in which a file is created. It then generally, as a matter of course, is referred to committee for consideration and files, a recent policy of the council, files on which no action has been taken in 2 years are terminated automatically unless somebody wants to keep them going. Otherwise, whatever actions the council deems appropriate on those files are moved forward.
So it sounds like what you just described to me. We have a system right now that in order to create a council file, it has to be upon the request of somebody elected to the City Council of Los Angeles or the body of the council or a committee of the council, etc.
Correct.
Can the city clerk create a file, council file? I mean, without that initiative that I just described?
I can't think of an instance that the city clerk by themselves would create a council file unless it was in response to something that the council had initiated.
So the initiation of a file, as of this day, the way the charter reads, the way the custom and practice of this city of Los Angeles is that a council file is created only by the request or action of someone or the body as a whole, or in part.
Correct.
Correct. The elected body of the LA City Council.
That's right.
Correct. Can the mayor create a file within the City Council of Los Angeles?
My understanding is if the mayor sent a transmittal to the council, then my understanding is, yes, a file would be created and then referred to the council.
Now, but the thing is, it would take action of the council in order to create that. I don't think that the mayor can force the council to create a file. I think it's been custom and practice of the council that when we get that communication from the mayor, an elected, citywide elected of the city, the custom and practice is that we create a file.
That's right.
But technically speaking, for example, the president of the council, if he chose not to recognize that and put it in the form of a file, then would we be required to create a file on that?
No, you would not.
Okay. Can the controller create a file?
No.
Can the city attorney create a file?
No.
Can a member of the state legislature create a file of the state of California?
No.
Thank God. Can the governor, and I was a former member myself, can the governor create a file?
No.
Can any other elected or organization create a file for the City Council of Los Angeles other than the City Council members, or again, in part or in the whole body in and of itself?
No, not without your consent.
Okay, so see, that gets to the root of the issue that I have with any organization or individual creating a file. I was just talking to my colleague over here, Janice Hanna. She was somewhat applauding a comment that somebody made earlier, and I said, Janice, with all due respect, I worked really hard to become a city council member. Sometimes the papers or the press say nasty things about me that may not even be true. And I'm trying to be fair by using the word may not be true. Okay? My family puts up with it. My wife puts up with it. My mother, may she rest in peace, put up with it when I was in the state legislature before she passed away. My children put up with it. People who are close to me put up with it. The privilege, the honor, and the responsibility of being a council member and the authority to create a file is something that I hold very, very dear, and it's something that I protect, not for Tony Cardenas, but I want to protect for the body, the city charter, and the methods and responsibilities that we have. Does the city clerk want to add anything to the questions that I just asked earlier?
Yeah, I just wanted to expand a little bit. There are instances where departments or other elected officials transmit something to the council on their own initiative, but it's because they have either a charter responsibility or an ordinance responsibility to do that very action. For instance, after an election, I transmit to you the results for your declaration. You don't have to ask me to do that. It's in the charter. It's part of my responsibility. In terms of the mayor or other departments transmitting something to us for your action, in other words, they're transmitting it to us because they're sending it to you, we take that and refer it to a committee on behalf of the president of the council. If we have any questions, if it's very unusual, it's something we've never seen before, we might confer with the council president. But as a matter of course, a regular course of business, we refer it to the committee on behalf of the president.
Yeah, now, but at the same time, that you keep referring to the charter. You keep referring to people's charter responsibilities at head of a department, be it the mayor or what have you. You're referring, the root of what you just described is the charter.
That's correct.
Does the charter at this time require us, or does it have that same authority or that same effect when it comes to neighborhood councils to the city council?
When this item first came up a year and a half ago or so, we specifically asked the city attorney that question, and that was part of the debate. And they can come up and confirm this, but their interpretation was the charter neither authorizes this or prohibits it. It's a matter of policy.
So it's silent on that point.
That's correct. On this particular issue.
And to date, do we have custom and practice that has that practice in it?
We have not yet taken neighborhood council proposals and created council files. That's what this debate is all about.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I have more questions. I'll push my button again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to thank the chairman of Education Neighborhoods, Richard Alarcon. I thought you gave a perfect speech and message in terms of why we need to do this now and why this really is the next step for neighborhood councils. And I remember very well, along with Dennis Zine, the long nights until midnight where we had charter commission meetings. And we had over 200 meetings all over the city. Many of them were in the DWP building. And we all had other jobs. And yet we were elected to this commission that met many times till midnight. And we would always have at least an hour of public comment before we began to get into the idea of reforming the city's 75-year-old city charter, our Constitution. And what we heard, whether it was from Watts or East LA or San Pedro or the Valley, it was a very common theme back in 1997. People felt disconnected from city government. People felt disenfranchised. That anger, that frustration, as we all know, morphed into what we went through, which was the secession movement, where 3 parts of the city were so unhappy with our city government that they actually thought they would be better off if they formed their own cities. And that was a very painful thing to go through, particularly for those of us like me, who was born and raised in Los Angeles. My children are 3rd-generation native Angelenos. I love the city. I don't think there's anybody that loves it more than Tom LaBonge, as was pointed out this morning. But I do love the city. And many of you love the city. And it pained me, and I know that's part of why we worked on reforming this charter, to make it more accountable, more efficient, more transparent. But one of the committees that I sat on that charter commission was the committee that tried to figure out, how do we get people more involved in government? What is it that will solve this problem of people feeling disenfranchised from government? And the birth of neighborhood councils came out of that committee and out of our charter commission. And the people, as was said, overwhelmingly voted to support this new city charter, with the neighborhood councils being the cornerstone of this new city charter. And what we have before us today, colleagues, is an opportunity to take this one step further. And I will tell you, when I didn't agree with what finally came out. This is a compromise for me. I actually thought neighborhood councils could have unlimited numbers of council files. I wasn't even convinced that they needed to get a second. So I came down to, I think I was okay with 5. Okay, we want to limit them to 5. And what we have today before us is only 3 council files per council in the city of Los Angeles, with a second. It's a 2-year pilot program. To me, this is something. By the way, I'll remind all of us that I wanted to vote on this before the 9/12 Commission took up their work, because I wanted it to be a pilot program that the Commission could then review and study and see if there were abuses and see if there was things we had to look at. That didn't happen. But I do take the Commission's recommendation. I'd like to have Rafe actually come up here.
Could you press your button again?
Okay.
About a minute over?
All right, I'll push my button again and ask you some questions. But I think, members, this is where we need to go. This is the next step. It absolutely will bring forth what I think are some tremendous ideas of not how just to make neighborhoods and communities better, but how to make the city of Los Angeles a better place for all of us to live in the future. So I want to congratulate everyone for bringing us to this point. I'll push my button.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Our next speaker is Mr. Rosendahl.
I always like to go after Janice Hahn because it inspires me, frankly, and gets me going. Some of you might remember when I was chair of the committee that oversaw neighborhood councils, my first 6 months on this job, I voted yes to start neighborhood files, to get that file process going. It actually was a no-brainer for me. If they're going to play with us, they might as well be given the opportunity to have the tools, okay? And this is a tool to open up a process. I also agree, though, with Mr. Smith and his amendment. I think if you're going to join us, you're going to have to deal with some of the same rules that we have to deal with. I have 8 neighborhood councils in my district. I interact with all of them. And as I tell every developer when they come through with their issues, go to my neighborhood councils, go to my homeowner groups, go to my renter groups, go to my Chamber of Commerce's, go to the community first, and also look at character and scale in community. So I have no problem with that. But I will say this, I will not give the power of land use issues to an advisory group. The only way neighborhood councils will get that power is if they're elected like I am, by registered voters in the district, and then, therefore, I would delegate power going forward when we talk about that down the road. But what's wrong with opening up a council file? It's great. It gives everybody a chance to interact, gives a chance for things to be heard. It gives the neighborhood councils an opportunity to be real. What I think is sad is you got 4 TV cameras here. They're all waiting for the cop thing when they should be actually recording this, because this is another step in making the democracy work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Mr. Labange. After that will be Mr. Zung.
I'm ready for my close-up now, Mr. Rosendahl. Thank you very much. But you can't dictate to the Fourth Estate, and the Fourth Estate is not is part of the great democracy that we have in the United States. I stand to support this measure as proposed, and I want to ask Mr. Sonnenschein, the great third baseman for the City Haulers in 1978 and 79, to go to the center table. All politics is local, and all politics goes back to relationships and the importance of us as representatives, our relations to the people. Now, I have philosophies that are very important, and I want Rafe to explain what this means and hold my time in practical terms with visual boxes. Or invisible boxes, but just pretend there's a neighborhood council box right there.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Labange. With my reflexes, by the way, now I only play shortstop. Not
all right, that's so good.
Rafe Sonnenschein, Executive Director, Neighborhood Council Review Commission, and I'll be very brief to not interrupt your debate and discussion, but also on the behalf of the Commission to thank the committees and the members for the incredible speed and effectiveness with which you've handled the recommendation so far. We knew this would be a contentious one, so it's not really a surprise, and it makes perfect sense to debate this, but it's just been great and has greatly exceeded everybody's expectations. This proposal came before the Neighborhood Council Review Commission early on, as Councilmember Hahn has pointed out, and it was in the context of a decision by the Commission that neighborhood councils shall remain advisory. This was an overwhelmingly supported decision made by this commission early on. But at the same time, unanimously, the commission agreed that neighborhood councils should be able to open files at City Hall, but that this would not be a legislative power, and it is not a decision-making power. It is not in any sense a decision-making role. It's part of the advisory role. The charter empowers neighborhood councils to advise the city, and one way to advise the city is to make clear what is important, even if it has not already been brought up. There is no motion involved. All motions, all matters brought before the table are entirely in the hands of the members of the City Council. And had we thought that this would in any way go past that line, we never would have agreed to this motion. A number of the members of our commission were themselves rather concerned about neighborhood councils and about the effects of neighborhood councils, and voted with everybody else on the commission unanimously for this. I'd also say that the proposal from the Education and Neighborhoods Committee meets the same spirit of this, and in fact even allows a better experiment, because by limiting the numbers we'll be able to see over a 2-year period reasonably what does come in. To answer your basic question, though, Councilmember, if you look at this as having a box, which right now you fill with numerous council files, there might be a small number of additional council files that would be opened at the request of a certified neighborhood council after a vote of its board, under the E&N Committee's proposal, seconded by another board, that would simply put out for your consideration something that this body ought to or might consider at some point. Now, at that point, then, additional items and research might arise either from this body or from the community. Maybe that file will grow, maybe it will not. You are under no obligation under this proposal to take any formal action at the committee level or at the level of the City Council, which is why it is in no way meant to impinge upon the honorable role of this council. And we made clear in our deliberations that we did not see neighborhood councils as comparable to the City Council. And we said again and again that the role of the City Council is a special role. It's elected officials subject to all the requirements of elected officials, and that was meant to be sacrosanct, and we did not mean to interfere with that. But we did mean to think of this as a way that the well of ideas and thoughts at City Hall could be expanded by a group who's empowered by the Charter to do precisely that.
Question, because you mentioned the word advisory a lot, and I just flashed. What if you added the name advisory to neighborhood councils? The Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Advisory Council. Now, I know there's a process to go through there, but see, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and a lot of activists that are here, sometimes people don't want to talk to anybody but the elected official. And they don't want to talk to a neighborhood group. They don't want to deal with anybody. They don't want to talk to a deputy, even though Renee Weitzer is the greatest planning deputy in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you, staffs. All have great planning deputies as well. But they come that way, you know, so there's a process. I also think advisory is so important because all I want neighborhood councils to do is tell me what they want. And often they get tripped up into process and not telling me what they want. You want more sleep, which I can understand is important. You know, I want more sleep. We all need more sleep, but we also need more strength because information is knowledge, is power in anything we do. Based on your recommendation and Mr. Miller's recommendation and Mr. Frank Martinez, who's soon to be post-city clerk, is that correct there? You're not just giving us one out the door, are you, Frank?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Oh, that is correct. He said that. You heard it, folks. So here's the process. In 1969, City Government for the Future report, the Los Angeles City Charter Commission, the previous one. And it stated here on page number 22 that the neighborhood districts should have small, popular elected councils which would study the needs of the neighborhood and make recommendations to city government. 1969. What if we did that in 69? Maybe we'd be better here in coming to 2009. And they would be known in the city government to talk about the levels of service. There's a lot of clarification that needs to be done. I would like to see it be called, and I'm just talking about it, because sometimes, you know, like in baseball or in football, you call a play, you know where it's going, that's what you do. If you're an advisory council, then maybe it should be said that they're neighborhood advisory council, so people know that. So that so you say, this is advice. And if we're not listening to your advice, we're shamed. But at least we have that process to improve it. That's for another discussion and another day. Mr. Smith's idea has merits, but I'd like to see what the city attorney says on this issue here. Because I think one of the problems sometimes is people infiltrate things. And I don't know what other experiences have in, let's say, in Portland or Seattle, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, or other cities that have similar neighborhood-type programs. That may be said at a later point. So I stand to support this. I thank Mr. Alarcon, I thank Ms. Hahn, I thank Mr. Rosendahl for his work when he was chair as well as we go forward. I do also think, too, members, on the whole land use issue, we should come up with another process. Because in all honesty, I go to the person who lives next to where the application is and listen to them the hardest voice, because there's been times when a neighborhood council has supported something that the block did not support, and you have to listen to the block, and then you also have to listen to the plans that we have drafted and state law and all the confusing sometimes information that's out there on what guides that. That may be for another day, because I certainly would love to see more discussion, because if people know what's happening, they have a chance to support it or at least voice their concerns for it. I thank you again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Rafe, Jerry, and also, as always, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Zine is our next speaker, to be followed by Ms. Gruhl.
Tom, you'd be good at the Academy Awards thanking everybody for their hard work. And we do want to thank the folks for their hard work. Like Janice Hahn, I was a member of the Charter Commission, the Elected Charter Reform Commission. And the Charter Commission was established because of frustration in the city of Los Angeles. And some of you folks in the audience were part of the secession movement in the city of Los Angeles. And I know that's a bad word at City Hall, but the bottom line is certain parts of the city wanted to secede from the city of Los Angeles. And a charter commission was established, appointed, elected, and as Janice said, we stayed up till midnight many nights trying to put this together. And I support the neighborhood councils in their endeavor to improve the quality of life in the neighborhoods. I have 6 neighborhood councils. Every development project goes to the neighborhood council for review before it comes to my office, and we work with the neighborhood councils. And I'm happy to see Len from Tarzana here, who's a strong supporter of neighborhood councils, who leads the Tarzana Neighborhood Council. And we see different representatives, Jill, who has the Valley Alliance, neighborhood councils from the San Fernando Valley, and many of you from different parts of the city who work with your neighborhoods. I support the neighborhood councils having authority to do something. But it was born out of a group of people who were frustrated that City Hall wasn't listening. City Hall was aloof. City Hall did their own thing, and there was not disrespect, but just a lack of participation. Those of you who came from the Valley, I know what a trek it is because I have to do that every single day I come down to City Hall, so appreciate you coming down here. What we need to do is empower you. We need to empower you, not replace council, but empower you, and this is part of that empowerment. This is not an experiment, it's an evolution, and it's evolving, and as the process evolves, there's going to be growing, and there's going to be more participation, and there's going to be people who are going to challenge. And I find it frustrating that certain groups in the communities are challenging. They challenge what the neighborhood councils want to do to improve the quality of life in their community. I find that sad that they don't work together. But there are people who, no matter what you want to do, are going to dissent, and they're not going to go along with the program. Again, I support it. Councilmember Smith and I discussed the 700 form, and I understand how certain neighborhood councils had certain shenanigans take place a while back, and they've got to put safeguards in place. And when we discussed this at the committee, Councilman Alarcon had issues, I had issues, Janice Hahn had issues, 3 of us serve on that committee, and we compromised to come up with the plan that's presented today. And I think it's a plan that for 2 years we can see how well it works, and again, it evolves into something greater as the process continues. But I don't think the 700 form is that cumbersome. It's nothing like the police officers are being required to fill out their financial disclosure. It's a far cry from that, and it's minimal information, so there is no conflict. And if there is a conflict, it can then be brought before the public. We need to be clear with it. We need to be transparent with it. We need to make it work for the communities. In Los Angeles, 15 districts. But if you look at the neighborhoods, hundreds of neighborhoods with issues that have to be resolved. That's what neighborhood councils are about. I support you. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to support the amendment because I don't think it's that intrusive. I don't think that's out of line with what you're asking to do for the measures that we're extending to the neighborhood councils of the city of Los Angeles. So, Jerry, I think it's a good idea. Frank, Ralph, I think it's a great idea to bring this together, to make it work. And to the respect of the neighborhood councils, you're evolving into a higher level. And with that higher level, more participation, more stakeholder activity with us, the city council. So thank you for being here. I support the amendment, and I support the committee report. And to all the neighborhood councils, continue on the path to represent the communities of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Janice and I were chatting, because I think it was about 1.5 years ago that we stood here and we were not having the same kind of discussion today. We stood in support of the council files at that time, the importance of having the neighborhood councils have an opportunity to be part of the process. And I think, as Mr. Smith stated, you know, if the crazy motions, we don't really want to look at our own motions that may have been introduced over the period of time. But it got referred back to committee because we didn't have our 8 votes that day. And I know there was a lot of disappointed people who said take the vote. But I think we decided that it was much more important to get it right and to get it adopted than to see it die and not occur. And we have had a great relationship with a number of our neighborhood councils, and I'd hesitate to say that half of the people, at least a third of them, are from my district that are here today from the neighborhood councils testifying, who we work very closely together. We don't always agree, but we agree to be transparent and the ability to have that discussion, and that there's a role for the neighborhood councils to play here in the city of Los Angeles. I was asking Janice this question, and I want to ask Mr. Martinez this question. When we considered this the first time, which I think was about 1.5 years ago, Ms. Hahn was suggesting that it was Mr. Jason Lyon had asked a question about this, about whether or not they could introduce things, and it was the city clerk who put it on our agenda. Is that correct? And hold my time.
What happened, the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council and Jason did submit a question, a proposal that was not part of any existing file. And so the question was brought to us, what do we do with this? Is this something we can do with? So we submitted a report to the council saying this has come up, let's have a discussion about it, and that's when we dealt with the legal issue. Is it prohibited or authorized by the charter? What might be the impact? So that's how it got started, was they wanted to weigh in on an issue that wasn't an existing file. We created a report saying this has come up, what do we want to do about it?
So you created a file?
Yeah, and my responsibility as the city clerk to advise you of an issue that had come before us that we didn't know how to deal with.
Okay. So I think that's kind of really actually demonstrates that we're talking about it today because the neighborhood council had an issue they thought was important, of course, creating, council files. And I think that is kind of ironic that we're talking about that today and the importance of their input. I have a question, and the advisory nature, and I think that is important as we've had a number of debates on that and can understand the concerns raised by some of my colleagues as to how the process could be abused. And sometimes we make laws that, the pendulum swings one way to address a potential problem than a real problem. We're trying to figure out what that is. And I don't know if there is a way, as we're looking at this, for the Ethics Commission to have some role in reviewing the amendment that Mr. Smith has put forward. Because I'm not sure it's clear from everyone's perspective. I know we know what a Form 700 requires of us, but from the public's perspective or from all the neighborhood council members, what that means for them and who that would limit from participating potentially in the future, not because they had a conflict necessarily, but because of their concern of privacy issues and so forth. And is there anywhere in between what they're required to do now and if there's a Form 700 required, particularly as we talk about what the substance of that motion is. And I know I can see my time is going a little over, but Mr. Zine's not paying as much attention, so I'll, as he's sitting up there. Oh no, Scarsetti. But I think, I talked about an issue in committee, which was, how, and I had talked to you, Rafe, and to Jason and others about it being, kind of policy related, because the worst case scenario that you're looking at is that and again, this may never ever happen, but is the fear that a neighborhood council comes in with a position that financially benefits somebody, it's kind of hidden, they introduce a motion, comes up, and later we find out, and how do you prevent that? And I don't know if you have any comments on that, and I think then I'll have to press my button again because Mr.
Yes, you will.
But if you could answer that question for me. And I don't know if the Ethics Commission is here or anyone from the City Attorney's Office to kind of answer what the difference is and what the reporting requirements are.
If I could just take a minute to address the Form 700 question, how it relates to this motion. We debated as a commission the two things. One is we knew from the city attorney that the conflict of interest laws already apply to neighborhood council board members. It's not a question of whether or not they are subject to conflict of interest laws. It's only whether these 1,600 or more neighborhood council board members would have to fill their Form 700. Those of you familiar with city commissions know those forms, even among city commissioners, are often late. It's a long thing of compliance to carry that thing out. One of our main goals was to reduce bureaucracy for neighborhood councils, and as we discussed Form 700, while we ourselves thought, there's times when it's not that onerous to do, it would have a lot of consequences for neighborhood councils. Trust me, tracking down all 1,600 board members, as we often tried to do in our process, can take many, many months. If you require all board members to fill out Form 700 before they can vote to have a council file, I can predict what the experimental result will be. There will be no council files submitted in that 2-year period because it is a tool which is very powerful in terms of all the work that's required to do it for a result that's rather small. This is a good improvement to the system, but it is not the same as land use authority or something that would cause you to really want to come to grips with the whole Form 700 issue. Furthermore, we'd be a little concerned that, say, a small business owner might choose that, given that a council file is only a mild form of participation, is it really worth doing a Form 700 and staying on the board simply to have the possibility of submitting a proposal for an idea that might be taken up at some time in the future? Plus, when you have two neighborhood councils, an outside force would really have to exert this influence with two majority boards at two different times at two different meetings, when the payoff is actually much larger with something like a community impact statement where you're weighing in on an existing issue that the council has already taken up, and it doesn't require to do a Form 700. So I would suggest that in terms of this very mild and moderate experiment, you'd be adding a piece of artillery which should probably be kept in abeyance for a future time when there really is some thought about greater authority for neighborhood councils and really making sure that all that accountability is there. It seems premature and maybe a little overmatching the problem being solved, which is simply putting a few new items on the agenda.
We're joined by Ms. Poindexter from the State Attorney's Office. Maybe you want to comment on that?
A brief comment, sure. Gwen Poindexter, City Attorney's Office. When the City Council exempted the neighborhood councils, I believe a couple of years ago, from the filing of the Form 700, basically the City Attorney made sure that the City Council, as well as neighborhood councils, were aware that they are still subject to the substantive conflict of interest rules under the Political Reform Act. And my staff of lawyers do spend a good deal of time answering individual personal questions from board members who contact my attorneys with those questions to make a determination whether they should recuse themselves from participating in a particular matter that's coming before the neighborhood council. In addition, because of the state law that required ethics training on all elected officials, that requirement also pertains to neighborhood councils, and my staff of attorneys have participated in that training of neighborhood councils, and there is now as well city online training that neighborhood councils are required to complete. Again, that doesn't address the disclosure issue, which is what the Form 700 does. It does otherwise require disclosure of economic interest, both, of course, to benefit and identify those to members of the public, as well as to assist neighborhood councils in determining whether they have a conflict of interest. But our office is always available to assist neighborhood councils in complying with state law.
Thank you. Councilman Eric Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Zine, and thank you for lending me your desk for a moment. I want to thank everybody for this discussion, and I want to thank the Review Commission especially for their hard work, and neighborhood councils who yet again have demonstrated spending their own time unpaid here today to be involved and engaged on legislation, to give us advice on this particular piece of legislation, on giving advice on legislation. We have before us today, I think, something which stands on a very nice foundation, which is that we've seen neighborhood councils already affect legislation in a positive way. Community impact statements, which I understand their shortcomings, but they've been important and they're part of our official record, have been great. I can think of specific examples from our cable policies, which have affected the actual rates of our cable plans in Silver Lake and Northeast Los Angeles, which came directly out of Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. I can think about other neighborhood councils in my district that gave us recommendations to change what is now being drafted as a final version of SB 1818 implementation of that state law that is required here locally on a kind of voluntary density bonuses. I can think of a number of different ways in which neighborhood councils have already really made a powerful and important impact, and they've really been partners. And I want to reassure our friends in the neighborhood councils, because I know this comes up time and time again, and Rafe said it, that we want to make sure you guys know we're not trying to impinge upon your duties as a city council. I don't feel the city council has that issue. I really don't. I think we see you across the board as partners, both individually in our council districts and collectively as we've looked at issues here. In fact, neighborhood council members are usually our most regular attendees in public comments here, and that says a lot about their participation. A couple things. When this came through my committee of what was then Rules and Elections, now Rules and Government, you had my vote. You had my vote then, you had my vote in council, and you have my vote right now in terms of the idea of moving forward with this. But I also want to say some of the things that I think the rhetoric is kind of going in the wrong direction. I believe that this is legislative. This isn't just advisory. It's actually, if we were teaching a class, we'd have to put it squarely in the legislative box. There's just no way around that. And for me, that's not a bad thing. That is a good thing, because neighborhood councils should. It triggers a legislative process, but we could play word games too and say we just advise the mayor and then he decides whether to sign things and we don't have final authority. But it is part of an overall team working on legislation. And because of that reason, you have my support. So I don't think you need to couch that this is somehow just advisory, because I don't think that's quite correct either. If we're being really honest, kind of in a social scientist way, this is part of the legislative box and is part of the legislative process. My second point is that I believe that neighborhood councils and any entities become more shrill the less power they have. So the whole point, and I've talked with a number of my neighborhood council friends, in the past in Los Angeles, because we didn't empower people, the only way to stop things was by shouting really loud. There was no collaboration, there was no partnership. Neighborhood council is beginning to change that, and I believe in further empowering neighborhood councils, because I think it makes people partners and not just opponents. You say what you're for collectively and not just against. In LA, we've been very good at killing things but not actually doing things, and this is an important step along the way. That's why philosophically I believe that we should move forward in actually empowering neighborhood council to do that. But I got to be honest with myself too, because this body has stood for strong ethics, that we have to be honest about that piece too. It's one of the reasons I seconded Mr. Smith's motion and believe, even though we have to figure out the bureaucracy of doing that we do have to have that sort of disclosure. Neighborhood councils, every time I speak to them, ask for transparency, transparency, transparency. And you've been a great voice of reminding this body and the mayor and everybody else for having transparency. I know that conflict of interest laws apply to you. They also apply to us. We could get rid of the Form 700s, ask the state to do that so we don't have to, and just say, nevertheless, conflict of interest laws apply to us. But the whole point is letting people know, because it's so difficult for somebody out there to know that, to know what people's ties are, to know who is connected. And it's not anybody here, but there is the ability, and there have been cases of people being able to manipulate that process, of running people. We don't know if somebody's getting paid by somebody who's a developer who would benefit from a policy change, not a land use decision, but a policy change. So if you continue to stand for that sort of transparency, we need some mechanism to be able to have that in a way that doesn't shut down participation. But I want to be clear, because some of the examples that were given, nobody has to give their business plan as a local business. Form 700, if you look at it, precisely if you look at actually the history of the Form 700, was done in very general boxes that give a range so that people wouldn't be disclosing trade secrets or detailed information about how much is on their credit card bill versus other things. It shows that your stake is and who is paying and where your investments are, so that if you have a direct benefit from a change in a law, that we would all know that. I think, it's easier for me politically to just say, as last time, let's just do this with nothing, and you had my vote in terms of what this is, and you still have it. But for us not to have something like the Form 700, which is the best thing that's on the table, I think we all do ourselves a disservice, and we move away from what neighborhood councils have stood for, what this body has stood for, and what this city has always stood for. We have the strongest ethics laws, and let's not pretend that we somehow can look the other way on that just when it suits us. I believe we have to do that, and in the meantime, this is just one of the first steps of really giving neighborhood councils some power. When they do, they will have more participation. When they do, like Mr. Rosendahl said, they will have more participation in the elections, and people participating, and that shrillness that we have heard in the past in LA politics will become partnership instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Next speaker will be Councilmember Cardenas. There he is. Tony, on the way. Okay, we'll hold your time till you get to your microphone.
Wendy. You going last? I gotta go back for a second. Thank you. One of the things I'd like to point out is that several people in favor of the neighborhood councils creating a file came forward and actually, before their time was up, said, well, even if we create a file, you don't have to do anything with it. That's a shame. That's a shame that anybody would even say, well, give us this power, this authority, this responsibility, this action, this procedure, and then just sit on it. What I'd rather do is, if we're going to create something, let's be serious about it, and let's do it, and let's follow through with it. Speaking of follow through, right now there's a mechanism for any council member, any neighborhood council member, any person to go ahead and create a file in the city of Los Angeles. The procedure is simply this: go to a council member and they'll create the file for you. For example, the first historic preservation overlay zone didn't come from me, although I carried the matter as a member of this body, but that's because a member of the community came to me, who happens to be a neighborhood council member, and she said, we want to do this for Van Nuys. And as a result of that, we have the first one in the history of the San Fernando Valley. That's a proud moment for democracy. That's the procedure that affords you today. Regardless of what happens today on this item on the agenda, why don't you go ahead and elicit one of the council members here to promise you neighborhood councils that I will never see a neighborhood council item that I don't like, and I'll go ahead and create a file for you. Because they can do that. Mr. CLA, are we limited in the number of files that we can create as an individual or as a body?
Well, to create a file, obviously, there needs to be two individuals.
No, but what I'm saying is, do we have a cap?
No.
Are we capped at 100 a year, 1,000 a year, 1,000,000 a year?
No.
We're not. Some bodies do have a cap. For example, the State Assembly, they have a cap. I think it's of 30 per assembly member. The State Senate doesn't have a cap. And lo and behold, they create files / legislation and in the thousands every 2 years. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, as a former member of the legislature, there are never thousands of good ideas in any 10 years. But anyway, that is the authority, the privilege, the responsibility of that particular body as they get elected to be members of that body, which I go back to my previous point, and that is, I don't have a problem with neighborhood councils having ideas, coming to the council, speaking publicly like you do many times. God bless you. Thank God for that. That's what democracy is. But when you want to go ahead and create an actual mechanism that gives you the authority to create a document, although many of you yourselves have discounted what that document means, again, that's a shame. Because that creating a file is very serious stuff. Once you create a file, let's do business. Let's do something with it. But the fact of the matter is, to create a file, you have a system today. Just like when we created the HPOZ in the San Fernando Valley, and the many other examples of good ideas that have come from constituents and neighborhood councils of the city of Los Angeles to create legislation, to move this city forward, to do good things. You already have that mechanism. And it's real easy. You don't have to fill out a 700 form. You don't have to fill out any forms. You just talk to a council member, and then if they like it, they'll go ahead and carry it for you. Talk to 15 of them until you finally get one of them to say yes, and there you have a council file. And I'll push my button again.
Ms. Hahn.
Just talking about
Thank you. I think this is a great debate we're having, and it sounds like hopefully we do have the support today to move what I think is one of the most important recommendations that came from the 912 Commission, and that's to allow neighborhood councils to open their own council files. And you're right, Councilman Cardenas, obviously, and we hear from neighborhood council people, sometimes they have a good relationship with their council member, and sometimes they don't. But I think one of the feelings of those of us who were on the original Charter Commission was that neighborhood councils should really be able to exist sort of irrespective of their particular council member. In fact, some neighborhood councils have several council members in their jurisdiction, but we really wanted them to transcend the direct line to a council member, because this is really a group of citizens who are, taking a look at how we do business, taking a look at what we do, kind of being, in a way, a watchdog, a partner, an activist, kind of all of those things. And we had one time on the City Council where we had several vacancies of council members for quite a while. And a caretaker was taking the place of the elected council member. And that makes it even more difficult for neighborhood councils to try to find someone who would advocate for their position. So this is a way for them to sort of supersede having a good relationship with the council member, because that shouldn't determine whether or not neighborhood councils are involved in government. And I know we have an amendment to this. Greg Smith has introduced the idea of getting back to the 700 form for neighborhood councils, but again, we removed that a while back from the purview of neighborhood councils. We thought that wasn't a good idea, so it seems to me this would be going a step backwards. And I will tell you, members, we have two items before us pending now that we think help to address the concerns that people are having about special interest and about conflict of interest issues. One is we've got a pending motion that all neighborhood council board members and committee members would state for the record at a public meeting or provide a statement in writing whether or not they have a potential conflict of interest if they've received money or a gift from an interested party involved in a project before they vote on a matter. What we might do is expand that to when they introduce a council file. Maybe they have a similar sort of statement in writing that follows what we do before they vote on a motion. And the other thing is that we've required developers, we have a proposal that requires developers and lobbyists to provide notification to the City Ethics Commission when gifts are given to neighborhood council members in order to attempt to influence these groups. So we sort of have some issues right before us now that I think if we vote on those and put those in motion, they will answer this issue of conflict of interest. So I'm not concerned about this, and And again, I would give one word of challenge to maybe some of the business community who are showing some angst about this. I think all neighborhood councils should include the business community on their boards. I think many of them do. I know my Wilmington neighborhood council always has a spot for the Chamber of Commerce, has a spot for education, has a spot for nonprofits, for the religious community. I mean, they have slots on all their boards to represent the community. And let's remember, that's what neighborhood councils were all about. It's representing all stakeholders in a community. If you're concerned that you don't like the direction a neighborhood council is going, get involved. Join the neighborhood council, get on their board, so that truly all the interests of a community are represented in every vote that's taken, in every council file that's open. And thanks again, colleagues. I think we're here today. If the 700 form is an issue today, I would recommend that we send it to committee so that we can vet it more appropriately. But at this point, I don't think that's something we should include today in our recommendation that we move forward with letting neighborhood councils introduce council files.
Councilmember Alarcon.
Council members, I stand with great concern about the amending motion that was introduced. Let me read it to you. I don't know whether you've read it in detail. What it says is that recommendation number 3 of the Neighborhood Council Review Commission be adopted for a 2-year trial period subject to the filing of CA Form 700 for each elected or appointed board member for each of the 2 years of the pilot period for only those neighborhood councils that desire to introduce or second council files. That is a punitive action directed at neighborhood councils, and this is a shameful motion, Mr. Smith. This is, if you want, and first of all, I support and would move that we send the amending motion back to the review commission, or not to the review commission, but to the committee, to allow us the opportunity to fully vet this issue. I have no problem with looking at whether or not we have to have an additional level of ethical scrutiny here. No problem with that. And we have made that statement over and over in the committee. But to suggest that if the councils have the audacity to introduce a neighborhood council file, that then they have to fly to a new level of scrutiny, that is ludicrous. And I oppose this motion, and I hope my colleagues agree.
Is there a second on that motion? Is there a second on that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much. Could I have the General Manager of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, Mon Kim, please join at the table? Just one thing, with all this discussion about neighborhood councils, and maybe, Ray, if you could chime in as well, integration, meeting schedules, of dialogue, how is this all going to work? Hold my time.
If you could clarify the question.
Yeah, how's it all going to work? Let's say Silver Lake Neighborhood Council meets next Thursday. 2 nights from tonight, they pass a motion. What happens? Give us a dialogue.
Bongwan Kim, General Manager, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. And is the question in relation to council files or just how
No, this is
neighborhood
what's
councils?
before us, right here. This council file. Just want to articulate so everybody knows. Basically going to have it on a printed agenda. Maybe Mr. Miller could help out as well from the legislative staff.
Mr. LaBonge, one of the committee instructions is for our office to work with the department and establish consistent procedures on exactly how that will work.
Good. Okay, that's good. Now, one of the consistent procedures, maybe the Department of Neighborhood Council, and you could help out here, is how we could integrate some more of our meetings. You have congresses at City College, and sometimes I don't even know about them. Not that I need to know about everything, but I want to participate and be the best representative possible. And I don't know if there's a time, but I know Mr. President Garcetti has championed the opportunity we have to discuss single-focus issues, but maybe there should be a regional valley Congress of Neighborhood Councils on West Side. Bill Rosendahl is always a COG man, which is the Council of Governments, etc. So all of those things will help engage people. And I certainly hope the business community, because I know one of the fine advocates for business here was a little concerned about this, and I said to her, that this is a process, and it's all about a process, and they should be as much advocates as a neighborhood. Everybody should be an advocate, whatever it is, and I believe, I'm trying to, which member spoke about their participation of neighborhoods and their business groups on these. I just want to see some schedules, and make sure your liaison officers for the Department of Neighborhood Power have a stronger relationship. So, because when I try to organize and meet people, they say, well, we got a meeting. They got a meeting, they got to meet. But we could find out where there's some time that's open so people could meet more, because all your time is valuable. Everyone is involved in the advocacy for a neighborhood is very valuable time. So try to find out if there's a season. Let's just go, we have a budget season. I know Mr. Parks takes the budget around the city to hear and listen to what the concerns are of the people. Maybe there's some period where we could have actual interface, and it could be done regionally, where you could put 7 or 12 neighborhood councils together in the central area, west side, valley, south side, the great harbor area, etc. Yes?
And Councilman, if I may, I would strongly support a more consistent process in terms of how council offices would like to relate to neighborhood councils. It's been inconsistent. Sometimes we participate and sometimes we don't. But I think the integration, and I support the council file, I think it will be a very important symbolic measure for neighborhood councils. Basically, it's saying, give us your input. It's becoming more embracing of neighborhood councils in a serious policy way. So I just wanted to go on record to say that I think it would be very important to extend this measure out to neighborhood councils. And the idea of regional neighborhood councils is also a very strong one that I would like to pursue aggressively. We believe that outreach, with the completion of the NCRC recommendations and shifting Dunn's focus more on its true mission, which is on outreach, building participation, increasing visibility, that we believe building a regional network of neighborhood councils is going to even give them a stronger voice and stronger ability to get more people to participate, as well as to provide policy input to the city council.
I believe in regional city council meetings. Hey, Mr. Zine, my clock is not working, so how much time do I have?
Well, I stopped it for you, Mr. Labange, but I'll start it again.
No, I started again. Here we go. Stop it again. I got
2:31.
I just want to make sure, just real quickly on that, on the time issues of meetings, etc. And trying to set that out. I think I talked to the city clerk some years ago how we schedule times, and maybe certain times of the year, whether it's August, that it's where people are moving around or something, that we don't, so that they understand how, and I hate to say this word, but there's a process. There's a organization here that's working all the time, 24/7, 365. And to make sure it works so it balances, so our staff power is best utilized where it is. I believe in the song by the Beatles, 8 days a week. I think the city should serve the people 8 days a week. I believe, sorry, Mr. Parks, in a compressed work schedule, but I do believe in a 4-day as opposed to a 3-day, but that's another argument for another time. But I just think it's important that we serve the people as often as we can to listen to their concerns. Listen to their concerns and to be able to respond to them and make them feel that someone is listening. So I think it's real important that we have that consistency from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment of what should be done, what are the schedules, so that people know that on the budget time, could they get in there, and on the regional issues too. I think it's real important because it saves time for the neighborhood councils that sometimes these people are involved with their police support groups, they're involved with their libraries, their parks, and it's an extra full-time occupation of a volunteer role. Last question. Neighborhood Council Advisory Committee. A Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council Advisory Council, whatever. Do you think we should put the name advisory in this to really just put it in bright lights? They're advising. They want to hear from the people and advise the city on it. Because I think there's some dual function roles. I remember once I met a neighborhood council person and they said they had 56,000 constituents that they had to worry about. And I think that's great, but all I want them to do is tell me what they want for their neighborhood. I think they get a little overlapping role, and they have designation as a council member. Elizabeth, are you a council member or are you?
Mr. Labange.
Got it. I got Elizabeth. She did it there. All right, so I got it. Thank you very much. That's a long, that's too big for a city business card, so you're okay, Elizabeth. My questions will be discussed in the future, but yes or no, what about the word advisory? I'm sitting down.
Your time's up, Mr. Labange. Thank you.
That would require a lot of administrative changes, so my suggestion would be to hold it off until a later point. But my perception is that most neighborhood councils do understand their advisory role. And I think Councilman Garcetti's point was very poignant for me in terms of the perception that government is opening up will dilute some of the shrillness of what the city government hears. I think if you neighborhood councils see more and more themselves as partners in the city policy-making process, you are going to get more quality input and advice.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Alarcon, I think it's truly unfortunate that you'd use words like ludicrous and shameful when talking about the opinions of any member of the City Council. I would never, ever say that about anybody that serves in this body or in that audience. This is what democracy is about. You have the right to express your ideas, and that is what democracy stands for. You have a right to express your ideas, and I'm sorry you don't like my idea, but I would never say those kind of things about you. So really, it goes back to the very crux of the motion. The crux of the motion is, members of the neighborhood council, should you choose to change the hat you wear from an advisory role to a legislative role, you need to play by the legislative rules. I think the idea of amending this today is appropriate because of the change of definition of what neighborhood councils are supposed to be about. If they choose to do that, then they play by the new rules. It is not punitive, Mr. Alarcon. It is merely saying that if you want to change the role you're in, then you play by the new rules of the role you're going to be in. That's very simple, not complex decision. You can remain advisory if you want. Fine and dandy. God love you. Thank you for serving. But if you want to be a legislator, you want to write legislation, then play by the rules that everyone else does that. Whether it's my staff, a commission, or this honorable city council. We have rules that we must apply to ourselves. They must apply to those people that want to sit in that chair and play that game. That's all the motion says. I think the idea to send this to committee is really an attempt by someone who doesn't have the votes to stop something that's different than what they are proposing to delay. And delay it does nothing more than complicate the issue and stall the issue and doesn't really bring about what we need to do, and that is make the roles consistent for all those that are playing by the game. That's all we've asked. So I hope you'll oppose the motion to delay, to try and split, to try and water down what we're doing today, and that is give neighborhood council the ability to introduce files, let them be heard on issues that are important to them, but make them play by the rules that everyone else must play by when they enter that role.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Wendy Grohl.
I just have a question for the city attorney's office on, and maybe the rest of you could add to this on the Form 700, because I think that's really the issue that's before us now. I think you've heard generally from everyone that they support the introduction of the council files. Ms. Hahn had said she had suggested another way in which we get to the conflict. We've heard concern by our neighborhood council members about it would limit some of them from participating. Could you describe what exactly you have to do as part of a Form 700?
Well,
just hold my time, please. Hold my time, Mr. Zine.
Basically, under the Form 700, under the state law rules, basically the form is filled out. It looks just like the forms that all the city elected officials and other public officials fill out. And basically they file them annually at a certain period of time, and they are processed through the City Ethics Commission. Of course, that process never occurred because of the exemption that was given by ordinance from neighborhood councils having to fill out the form. And as we've been having that conversation, I've been trying to think about what the city attorney's office would have to do to implement this process should the amending the motion be granted. And actually my recommendation would be to ask the city attorney's office to report back on that, because having some informal conversations with our public integrity attorneys, if we have to repeal the existing ordinance that exempts neighborhood councils already from having to fill out the Form 700, I understand, although we have to do some further investigation, that once the city council repeals that ordinance, it can never be enacted again because the exemption is a one-time exemption. So the consequences of taking that kind of action might be unforeseen. And I think the City Ethics Commission may also need to weigh in, looking at the language of the ordinance, whether or not they can process these forms of all these individuals and what is meant by ethics identifying potential conflicts, which is normally not their role. Basically, Ethics Commission acts as a repository for the forms. They don't evaluate whether or not there's a conflict of interest identified in the form. So I think there needs to be some discussion and further evaluation, not only by the City Attorney's Office, but also by the City Ethics Commission office to see if they even have the capacity to do this.
Mr. Smith, so you might want to comment on that. And again, I think that there are, you've heard a lot of people who support the transparency aspect of it, and we're all trying to figure out, because I support transparency, the importance of that. The question is it the Form 700? Is there some other, and I would rather, and I don't know, continue the whole thing until we have that answer, the question answer with the council file and the other until, and not separate, because I mean, I don't know, you know, that's something you can talk about. But my question was really about what do you fill out on the 700? Because there is it income? I mean, again, we as elected officials all fill that out. So, but from the general public, they don't understand if they're listening today what does a Form 700 mean, or even some of the neighborhood councils and what that you know means.
I'm actually not the ethics attorney expert on that, but I know it's exact same form. Basically, you identify what your potential financial interests are. You identify your investments, your business positions, your real estate, whether you have a corporate ownership interest, and basically each of the different financial interests on the form you are categorizing a generalized amount of what the worth of that particular interest is. Okay. That's kind of very, very simplistic.
And your spouse as well?
And it does apply to interests that your spouse may also have, and other limited numbers of your family.
I'll push back on again if I have questions. Thank you.
And generally under state law, before you can even fill out the Form 700, an agency needs to have a conflict of interest code. And neighborhood councils currently do not have that code in place because of the exemption that was given to them earlier.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss. Mr. Weiss?
Call the question.
Mr. Weiss asks the question be called. On calling the question, open the roll. Well, I'm going to sit in for him. Is there any objection to calling the question? Wait, we have three. As far as calling the question, everyone has spoken. Ms. Cardenas, Alarcon, and Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's correct. So it takes a majority vote. 8 votes to call the question.
So we open the roll?
No, wait, tell them that. Hold on. Because everybody's spoken twice, it's an 8-person vote as opposed to a 10-person vote.
So 8 votes, we will close it.
Where am I voting from? Hold on.
And we're going to then open the roll on this matter. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 6 noes.
So it continues. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you very much. Actually, the city attorney, that dialogue, thank you so much, Wendy, between you and the city attorney was so enlightening. And I think it goes to the credentials of Mr. Smith's whole motion and amendment, or excuse me, amendment to the motion, and that is that the 700 form, of which I have it in my hand right now, the 700 form is put in place by bodies or organizations that have a certain ethical code that is required of them, and then by default in California, most, like the City of Los Angeles, use this. For example, I'm a member of the City of Los Angeles and I represent us in another body sometimes, and when I enter in that in a given calendar year, they send me this 700 form and I have to fill out another one. Even though the City of Los Angeles already has a copy of mine in the state of California, I still have to fill out another one. Why? Because in that body, I am a voting member of that body and I'm making policy. That's why I have to fill out the 700 form when I go to this other body to represent the City of Los Angeles.
The 700 form, by the way, just to correct one of the speakers, one of the members of the Neighborhood Council, who said, I don't want to be telling people what my bank account is. There's nothing on the 700 form that requires a bank account number or bank account information. It is really more about other types of assets and income. For example, the 700 form has a Schedule A1, which says you have to list your stocks, bonds, and other interests. An A2 form, investments, income and assets of business entities and trusts. Schedule B, interest in real estate property. Schedule C, income, loans, and business positions. And Schedule D, income, gifts. And Schedule E, income, gifts, travel payments, advances, and reimbursements. Sounds pretty straightforward to me. For example, what if a neighborhood council president or something was invited to some other part of California, say, to go have a meeting with some developer so that he could explain his project? They take that person to dinner, they pay for their hotel room, et cetera, et cetera. That would be disclosed on this form. Has that ever happened? I don't know. To this point, it doesn't matter to me. I trust in the neighborhood councils that they know their own ethics by their own rules of each neighborhood council. But if they're going to become part of the legislative process of the City of Los Angeles, then I think we should, in fact, establish, as the city attorney says, there should be some established form of disclosure and responsibility when it comes to ethics, if they're going to enter into the realm of being part of creating a file within the City of Los Angeles. And I'll say it again. Once you create a file, even though some of you have actually discounted the idea that once we create a file, you don't have to do anything with it. Or once we create a file as neighborhood councils within the City of Los Angeles, the council system, well, you don't have to vote yes or what have you. We just want to have the ability to create a file. The bottom line is, again, that's a shame. Once you enter into that, let's go for it. Let's hear that matter. Let's put it through a committee process. Let's invest ourselves in that idea. Because you, the neighborhood councils, have thought enough of it to go ahead and create a file about it. So I wouldn't be too afraid of the 700 forms if you want to be a legislator. That's the price you pay in the state of California. It's a 700 form if you're going to be legislating, if you're going to be other than advisory. And as a matter of fact, some people might think that, well, the commissions of the City of Los Angeles are advisory. No, they're not. They vote on policy. And because of that, certain commissioners in the City of Los Angeles, the threshold for them is they have to fill out a 700 form. Isn't that the case? Don't some of our commissioners in the City of Los Angeles have to fill out a 700 form, Ms. City Attorney?
In fact, all the commissions do, whether they're decision-making, managing, or advisory commissions.
Okay, all of them. I had an understanding that a few of them were exempt, okay, but they're not. All of the commissioners do, because they are policy makers because of their membership and their ability to vote on those bodies. Is that not correct?
There's basically a set of legal tests under the Fair Political Practice Commission, and they qualify under those tests, correct?
Thank you. I don't agree that we should bifurcate these two matters. I think that we should only vote on it with the amendment so that we can do it proper. And if we're going to send something back, let's send them both back so they can be vetted in the proper committee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon, followed by Ms. Hahn, Mr. Smith, Mr. Labange.
Members, I've never been accused of not being passionate about the work I do, and so I'm going to be passionate when I believe in something fervently, and I absolutely believe that this motion would have a bias against councils who decide that they want to introduce council files. And it will have a chilling effect on the members to those councils who would not want to be exposed to this kind of scrutiny. Now, I don't have a problem with scrutinizing and requiring ethics provisions on neighborhood councils. I just don't know what those would be, and since my committee has not had the opportunity to fully vet that issue, I think it should go back to committee. But I also agree, we don't know whether if all the neighborhood councils, the 90 or so neighborhood councils choose to do this, what is the impact on the staffing at the Ethics Commission? As a pragmatic matter, this thing, Mr. Chair, Mr. Parks, on the issue of budget, we need to know what the ramifications. Is the city attorney going to have somebody else to monitor these new 700 forms? These are kinds of questions I'd like to know. Or is there a new kind of ethical review that we can create that would address specifically the needs of our neighborhood council system. And these are the questions that I think need to be contemplated, discussed, and fully vetted, and we have not done that. So I do not appreciate an introduction of a motion that it pertains to my committee without my committee having the opportunity to consider it. And that's why I was offended and am offended by this motion. Notwithstanding that, the issue of scrutiny is something that I think deserves merit and should be studied. With that, though, I think that we ought to at least get a review by the city attorney, a review by the Ethics Commission to tell us what they think about this proposal. It could have dramatic effects. So, again, I introduced a motion to send this back to committee where I would intend to hear from the city attorney, hear from the Ethics Commission about what they think about this particular recommendation, or is there something else they might offer to provide that additional scrutiny that Mr. Smith desires.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, colleagues. I think it's very important that we do separate these items. I think, without a doubt, neighborhood councils have waited for this day for a long time. I think they absolutely deserve for us to take this next step and pass the idea that neighborhood councils can introduce council files. I do recognize that there are some concerns, and I think one of the proposals I've heard, which I can support, would be that we send this second piece, this idea of some sort of disclosure, some sort of transparency, some sort of conflict of interest policy. We send that to the Ethics Commission and have them give us a recommendation if they think there might be something in between a Form 700 and doing nothing that might satisfy some of the concerns that we're hearing this morning. But I believe neighborhood councils are already involved in legislation in ways. They have already helped to influence policy. We've got a whole new DWP policy based on neighborhood councils. We have a whole burglar alarm policy that was basically crafted by neighborhood councils. They are already doing things that have changed policy in the city of Los Angeles without having to fill out a Form 700 club. So let's give them this formal mechanism today, and if that happens, I will support the idea of this having the Ethics Commission giving us a recommendation, and, you know, Mr. Sonnenschein, you can certainly weigh in on their debate on that. Give us a suggestion on something between the 700 form and doing nothing, which will answer some of these concerns and make sure that we do have transparency throughout the city, whatever we're doing. That, I think, is the right thing for us to do today. So hopefully I can have the agreement of my colleagues to move forward on both those issues.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe Ms. Gruhl has an amending motion she wants to make on my time.
Okay. Councilmember Gruhl, Councilmember Hahn.
You want to move?
You have a joint amending motion?
I think that was what Ms. Hahn said.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it as a motion, but okay, so you're going to move, you'll second.
Yeah.
I'll accept it as an amending motion,
Okay.
as a friendly amendment. And with that, Mr. President, I call for the question.
Any objection from the body?
Are we
objection?
separated?
If not, we'll accept that friendly amendment. Mr. Weezer?
I'd like to hear it again, please, whatever the
Okay. Can we hear it again, please?
No,
The
no,
friendly
no.
amendment?
Yeah, we have to separate it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were just sending the component on the 700 form back to the Ethics Department.
No.
You want to bifurcate them?
Yes.
No, okay, I do not accept that as a friendly amendment then.
Accept it as an unfriendly amendment.
It's ludicrous.
I guess I'm on your time. So I guess the question would be, though, I don't think the council file introduction is going to happen, though, until that other, because there's general consensus we all want the council files to happen. I don't think they'd be implemented, though, until the Ethics Commission comes back, right? Is that?
And that's fine if you approve the amendment as is and send that component there. You don't need to send the amendment there.
If it's together, you will be
No.
approving what is in
No,
place.
I'm saying something different. I think we need to vote to approve the council file. I think we take the amendment with sending it to the Ethics Commission separately. That's what I'm going to support.
Back on my time then, I don't accept that because that's just a ploy to stall the whole thing. If we're standing here today saying, as I hear most of you say, you want some ethical oversight, you want transparency, you can't delay it by sending it back to committee. You have to approve the amendment. I'll accept an amendment that just says send the 700 form compliance issue to the commission and let them figure out the details. I have no problem with that, but I will not accept the motion to separate the amendment. It must go forward today with the amendment saying that this council says we want transparency in government, that it extends to all those that want to wear that hat. That's what I'm asking you to say today. Do not separate these, but if you want to separate just the 700 form compliance issue and send that to the commission to deal with the technicalities of how you do it, I'm fine with that motion. So I do not approve of a friendly amendment, Ms. Hahn's motion. Let it be a separate motion.
Are you making that motion separately, or you just want to?
No, I already have my motion before you.
Okay.
She's making a separate motion. That will be a second
make
amendment.
a separate motion.
Motion to separate the vote, which we will vote on separating the vote as our first order after we get to the next two speakers. Mr. Labange.
I called the question, even though we debated on...
You can't speak and call the question.
Talk. You got to call.
I was answering the questions that were referred.
Well, Mr. Labange has informed us he wanted to call the question, I believe.
That great discussion. I got other questions. But I will sense the tone, and I'll call for the question.
All right. The question has been called.
Just a technical question to Mr.
Is it
Smith.
point of clarification?
Point of clarification on that, which is why I pushed my button again. What I had thought had been some discussion was, if this is what you're saying, is sending it to the commission, Ethics Commission, for them to decide whether or not a Form 700 or some other kind of thing, like Ms. Hahn had suggested, which was again, there's various options that they could consider, and the Ethics Commission to come back with a recommendation on the transparency aspect of it, that we wouldn't be adopting fully the Form 700 because there seems to be some concern about spouses or, again, other things that may or may not come into play. And so are you suggesting that it is Form 7 or some other format that the Commission could look at and come back with a recommendation and we would vote on that?
Just that element of the motion, not the amending motion. Adopt the amending motion. If you wish to separate that one sentence out to send it to the Commission to define the rules, that's fine. But you'll accept the committee report as amended today and then send that section to the department to figure out the rules and how it's implemented only. Not to determine the need.
Is it strictly, though, the Form 7? The only question is if it's strictly Form 700.
If you wish to say Form 700 or an alternative form, then the council can look at that.
Okay. Or alternative form.
As long as it's only that element.
Point of clarification.
Okay. Ms. McGruel, are you done with are you clarified?
Yeah, well, he has said he is clarifying that it is Form 700 or an amended form. The Ethics Commission would then make a recommendation to come back to council.
But just to be clear, he hasn't made that motion, and if Ms. Hahn does not, if she withdraws that, there's no motion in front of us. We appreciate the clarification of what it was they were talking about, but just to let members know, there is no motion before us to do that anymore, unless you want to make it, Ms. Gruhl.
Here's the motion I have before us, is that we separate the idea of council files and disclosure.
Right, and we do have that before us, and we'll vote on that first, unless somebody makes another motion.
Because I'm not ready to vote on 700.
Mr. Alarcon, point of clarification.
Point of clarification. I understood Ms. Hahn to make a motion to move forward with the council file action and to refer the matter to the Ethics Commission with regard to Mr. Smith's concerns and disclosure. Second, and apart from that, I heard Ms. Hahn ask for a bifurcation of the issue. It is my understanding that we first vote on the bifurcation of the issue. If that passes or fails, we then vote on the motion, which I seconded, to vote for the council file and referring the matter to the Ethics Commission that has been discussed. Is that correct?
I believe those are one and the same. The bifurcation is the separation that you mentioned of taking both those votes.
Well, I think a bifurcation action is quite different and distinct from the motion that she introduced, and it requires a
separate...
Ms. Hahn,
would you like to clarify the motion beyond bifurcating the vote?
Yes, I am moving that, we don't vote on these together because I'm not in agreement with the amendment. So what I am moving is that we move the ability of neighborhood councils to pass council files. Then we send to the Ethics Commission asking them to, a request to come back and make a recommendation on what they feel is necessary for some sort of disclosure or transparency.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment.
That's it. That's all. And then, because we may not even vote on their recommendation. That may not be something we still want to do, but I think that at least takes it to a level where we can have the one commission in the city that's charged with ethics to look at this and give us a better recommendation. We have already, as the city attorney said, repealed
Mr. President, point of order. She's
700.
speaking on it. She's not.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment.
If we can refrain from, we have before us, first of all, Mr. Labange has asked to call the previous question. Was there any objection to that?
No.
Seeing none, there's no longer any debate, but we can clarify the points that are before us. So please do not advocate one side or the other. We have closed debate. So thank you for clarifying that. We have a motion from Ms. Hahn right now on bifurcating that and sending it to the piece on the Form 700. That was not accepted as a friendly amendment. Remember, a friendly amendment needs to be accepted by everybody, colleagues, not just a maker of a motion. So a single objection requires a vote. Then, Mr. Alarcon, I believe you have a clarification, a point of clarification?
I actually wanted to offer a friendly amendment.
Okay. If you'd like to make a motion.
My friendly amendment.
But without advocacy, please.
Yeah, my friendly amendment to Ms. Hahn's motion is that should the bifurcation fail, that we move forward with both items to the Ethics Commission and Neighborhood Council will be considered jointly in committee.
I have point
Sorry,
of order.
Just to clarify that, I missed that last point. They be sent together as a package to the Ethics Commission?
Yes.
Mr. Alarcon? Okay. So
If the bifurcation motion fails.
Mr. President, point of order. You cannot introduce a motion once debate is ceased.
Okay.
We're voting now.
We can. We have two motions that are before us. We'll go in reverse order, colleagues. The first is it was not accepted as a friendly amendment, so we do have Ms. Hahn's motion to bifurcate these questions and then to send it. Would you want to make this as two motions? It's a little cleaner. Bifurcate first, and then, if it's bifurcated, to send the ethics piece and to vote on the other one? Is that okay? Otherwise, you're making a motion to do two things at once, which is to bifurcate and send the Form 700 issue. So which one would you prefer? Okay. All right. So we are just voting right now on whether to bifurcate this issue. Okay? And the bifurcation specifically is between the council file element and the disclosure of Form 700 or something like that. Okay? So please, a yes vote is to bifurcate. Okay?
Let's do a yes vote on this.
Please open the roll,
Come on, yes. Yeah. Oh.
close the roll,
Jose.
and tabulate the vote.
4 ayes, 9 noes.
Okay. It is not bifurcated. So we now have next before us the recommendation that we have before from Mr. Smith. You withdrew your motion about the Ethics Commission, though. So it is only to now vote on the Commission recommendation plus the addition of, well, we have to vote on your amendment, but the amendment is just on the 700 form, period. Because it was not a friendly amendment anymore. Okay.
Jen has a separate motion.
What's your second motion, Ms. Hahn?
Separate motion to ask the Ethics Commission to come back with a recommendation on disclosure.
Okay. Well, then we'll take that in reverse order. Which, just to be clear, colleagues, would possibly conflict with another motion we're taking up. But we can always get the recommendation from the Ethics Commission and vote to impose something on our own. So this vote...
Point of clarification, you're saying you want the whole item of the 700 form referred to the Ethics Commission to determine if it's even needed?
No, just for them to give us a recommendation on if there might be a better way to have disclosure for neighborhood councils. Maybe it's a 700.
Okay.
Maybe it's something. Maybe
So
it's something.
this is just advice from the Ethics Commission onto whether Form 700 is the best way to achieve some sort of transparency. Okay?
That's what we're voting on now.
Yes.
No.
And it's no longer conflicts with Mr. Smith's motion.
Vote yes on this if you want to have.
It just is advice from the, this is simply a vote on advice from the Ethics Commission on the compliance through Form 700 or some other recommendation for the neighborhood council members.
Vote yes.
Well, technically, it does not conflict, but, I mean,
It does.
they recommend something
It
other
could-
than
it
what
doesn't-
we're doing.
One does not void the other, but it may
does
have a different recommendation, correct. They may recommend against doing what we would possibly do in the next vote. Okay, so this is whether you want advice from the Ethics Commission. Please open the roll.
No.
Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that fails. Next we have before us Mr. Smith's motion, amending motion, which would be to have a Form 700 compliance as a part of this. Please open the roll.
This, then the
Committee report.
committee report doesn't go anywhere?
No, we will have a
That's the next
committee
vote.
report
Amendment to the committee
vote no
report.
matter what after this one. This is just
This is
amending.
the best
committee
thing we
report.
could give them today based on the discussion of the council.
Okay.
Previous votes.
We
Question I vote.
if we can refrain from any lobbying. Okay, please
I vote.
open.
I vote.
Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that passes. Next, we have the committee report to bring about the council file index mechanism, now with the amendment that is attached to it requiring Form 700 disclosure. Please open the roll. That was the amendment. Would you like to be recorded as a no on that? Okay, is there any objection for us to suspend the rule to record Ms. Hahn as a no vote on that, instead of going through the whole rigmarole? We will record you as a no, seeing no objection. This is now the final package as amended. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you very much, colleagues. If we can next go to item 32. Thank you to our audience members for their patience. We are now taking up item number 32, which is before us. That has been called special. We have cards from the public, so we will take public comment at the outset, but we have right now 5 speaker cards. So we'll first go out to Van Nuys, and Don Schultz will be our first speaker.
Wait a minute.
Morning, council members. Good afternoon. Having grown up in the city of Los Angeles in an area most commonly referred to as the Pico Union District, I can honestly tell you that I'm a longtime LAPD supporter. Having said that, the issue before you today does not need to escalate into a we versus them situation. This city council needs to step up to the plate and support our LAPD in dealing with the consent decree mandate. Reasonable people can come to the table and work out rational compromises. The City Council needs to take over jurisdiction on the Police Commission decision in enforcing the financial disclosure issue mandated in the consent decree. There is no valid reason why the City Council cannot meet with the Police Commission and jointly agree to petition the monitor for the consent decree and come up with a less onerous version of the financial disclosure requirement. The last thing any of us in this city wants to see is a depleted anti-gang and narcotics division of our LAPD. These officers daily put their lives on the line for us. Let's put the rhetoric aside and work together within the framework of this consent decree. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schultz. Our next speaker is here in City Council Chambers, David Hernandez. After that will be Tim Sands.
Council members, I'm here representing the North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council, and I must say that it's nice to be working with some of you again. The issue is not whether there is going to be financial disclosure, because there is going to be financial disclosure. The consent decree, paragraph 132, is very, very clear in what it calls for. And I'll read it verbatim. The LAPD shall require regular and periodic financial disclosures of all LAPD officers and other LAPD employees who routinely handle valuable contraband or cash. The LAPD shall periodically audit a random sample of such disclosures to ensure their accuracy. When necessary, the LAPD shall require the necessary waivers from such officers. That is quite different than what was passed by the Police Commission. Once the forms are completed, then the officer is required to sit in front of an investigator who will then review the documents for income to asset ratio, for debt to income ratio, evaluate unexplained wealth, evaluate debt to income ratio, past due accounts and bankruptcies, discuss with the employee who may be able to provide additional information to resolve the concern, and if necessary, provide a self-generated credit report from a list of departmental approved agencies. If areas cannot be adequately explained regarding debt to income ratio, income to asset ratio, past due accounts, or bankruptcies, the investigation continues. What the North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council voted on was to support Councilmember Weiss's motion, seconded by Councilmember Hahn, and to assume jurisdiction over this specific issue so that we can reach a compromise. Thank you.
Tim Sands is our next speaker. After Mr. Sands will be Nina Royal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I want to thank the local community members for stepping up here and speaking out against the special order of financial disclosure. And next, I want to thank you for giving me the short time here to say a few words regarding the League's position regarding financial disclosure. Today, I'm standing in front of you asking you to assert jurisdiction over this ill-conceived order. The reason why I am asking you to assert jurisdiction is because if this order is implemented, we at the League believe that this will affect your districts directly. The men and women of this department who work in our gang units and our narcotics units have indicated to us that when they are asked to sign and when this order is implemented, that they will be asking for reassignment because they do not want to put their families through this intrusive order or put themselves through it. We are asking today that you support us in asserting your jurisdiction over this order so that you can be fully informed by all the experts involved and by all the people involved, and be fully informed about what we have done at the League to cooperate with the department. Experts across this state say financial disclosure does not prevent corruption. It is a clear message, and I think you need to hear from some experts. And I'm asking you today to please assert jurisdiction over this and to hear about what these experts have to say. Again, I thank you for your time and your patience here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sands. Nina Royal will be our next speaker, and then Cindy Cleghorn.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Royal. I am, again, on the board of the Sunland Tonga Neighborhood Council, as well as chairman of the Sunland Tonga Safety and Emergency Response Volunteer Services, and I also serve on the Community Police Advisory Board for the Foothill Division. I am also a mother of a Los Angeles police officer, one of the finest, a college graduate, and I raised him to be the maximum amount of integrity possible, and if he were to go on the force today, I'm sure he would not do it. Because of my illness, his and my finances are commingled, and I resent the fact that my personal finances are going to be open to everybody, and there is no such thing as privacy. After all, there's leaks in City Hall all of the time. It will prevent, from my understanding of officers that I have spoken to in our areas, they will not be looking for assignments on any kind of special groups. And where does it start? They believe it'll go all the way up to the top. And after looking at this, I'm appalled. I do not believe that this is done by any member sitting on this city council or any other police department in the United States. Why don't you just give them an allowance and tell them how to spend their money? That's the only way they're going to pass muster. I firmly support the City Council taking over the Article 245. Let's see exactly how necessary that this type of information is required for the police consent decree. Please fight for the City of LA and fight for our LAPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Cleghorn is our next speaker. After that, Lydia Grant.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Cindy Cleghorn. I'm president of the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council. During a special meeting on Monday, January 14th, last evening, our neighborhood council voted unanimously to support the motion by council member Jack Weiss to assert jurisdiction over the police commission regarding their decision to require all officers submit to financial disclosure. We believe that decision will have a negative impact on the ability of the department to operate at maximum efficiency. Some of the comments made by our board members are as follows. I'm a former police officer. There is no way I would disclose my finances, and it will not deter a criminal. If they are going to require it from a few, they should require it of all officers, all the way to the top, including the chief. I have financial interests with an officer in my family, and my privacy and his wife's privacy will also be violated. A thorough background check is supposed to be done before they hire personnel. They must not be doing an adequate job. There is no proof that the disclosure will be a deterrent. We believe the possible loss of experienced gang and narcotics officers will only jeopardize the safety of our communities and our quality of life. We request that the necessity of that decision by the Police Commission be explored further by the City Council under Articles 245 and be open for public review and comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia Grant.
Hi, I'm Lydia Grant, and I'm the education representative on the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council. I agree with everything that Nina and Cindy just said, and it was very active conversation when the subject came up before our neighborhood council. Financial disclosure, in my opinion, sets a precedence of distrust and lack of respect. It implies that the officers are not trustworthy. I admire the job that the policemen and women in the city of Los Angeles do. They work hard at catching criminals and should be not treated like criminals. If there are officers that are not trustworthy, investigate them individually. Do not treat the majority of officers as if they're hiding something. We trust them with our lives every day, and they deserve our respect. Please support the motion by Councilmember Weiss for our policemen and women and show your respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy Lynn Bowling is next. And Jesse Barber will be after that.
Sorry, I think I scribbled my last name. It's Bowling.
Bowling, yeah, Bowling.
Like 10.
I got it, don't worry.
So I'm not on the neighborhood council currently, but I am on one of their committees, but that's not why I'm here. I just wanted to say that if one of you was arrested for drugs, and then all the rest of you were tested for drugs, and your family was tested for drugs, and your bank account was looked at, you'd be upset. Because it's punishing all of you because of the dishonesty and deceit and out ethics of one of you. And that's what this is. Somebody was corrupt. That doesn't mean all of our police should be subject to investigation for the same thing.
Thank you. Jesse Barber is next. After that is Queen Roth Summers.
Thank you, City Council, for inviting me to the meeting today. And I was very impressed with Councilwoman Janice Hahn when she separated the issues this morning. I want to say that I am a former school psychologist. I am a business person who works in the community, and I think preachers, teachers, and police people should be responsible to the community. I feel that I am on a fixed income because I am retired. I have always been on a fixed income because of the fact that you knew what my monthly salary was going to be. That's a fixed income. But I do have the respect of the police department because without them we cannot do our jobs. But to have us all say that we support our police department, to say to ask for disclosure means that we do not support our police department, I think is not fair. I think that we all are open to disclosure. Thank you.
Ms. Summers? And after that is Ms. Maddie Sims.
Hello, everyone, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm Queenie Ruth Summers with SOAR, Seeking Other Alternative Resources, a community organization that you in council have done so much to help so often. Now, I think that in this particular instance, it's just like a minister or many people who are in the public eye. My daddy was a Baptist minister. My uncle was Church of God in Christ minister. It goes on down, Church of Christ Holiness. My mother was a school teacher, and before that, she was an RN, and so on and so forth. We have all these different people in our families that are teachers, college professors, and all that. Now, the point that I'm making here is the average hacker can go in and find out all kinds of information about people. We all know that hackers can go in and find out information. But let's look at something as simple as a little movie that came out just lately, American Gangster, that showed 700 police officers were indicted in New York for doing wrongdoing, and they were brought across the board because one drug dealer decided to flip them. Now, my point here that I am making to you is that if you get rid of the appearance of wrongdoing, well, then there's nothing to worry about. And then along with that, if you look at what's going on with Mike Corona right now, if you look at the chief that was brought down just a few years ago because she was not only bootlegging film in her house, she was also selling those things. There are people who are going to do some incorrect things. But what you can do is get rid of the appearance of wrongdoing by simply showing what's going on. Because when it still gets down to it, the average hacker can find out this type of information anyway. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Sims, Maddie Sims, excuse me. After that is Michael Hunt. That'll be our final speaker.
I have a card, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned that. We don't have the card, but I'll call your name.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry? Okay, we'll call him. Thank you.
To the council members and community. I'm Maddie Sims, president of Can Learn Incorporated, and I am for the officers showing where they get their funds from. I'm for them exposing it, explaining it, and not be afraid to do so. That's my comment.
Thank you. Candida Maras will be our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand before you as a parent who knows the pain and sorrow of having gang problems, of the drug problems. I have two sons, and both of them were affected by that. So I'm not just here to support the police officers, but I'm here because I've seen what they've done. This woman this wonderful lady just talked about 700 officers being arrested here and there. How many officers are in New York? 40,000 officers? So when you take the percentage, it's so small. But as someone who has seen the narcotic officers, the clear officers, all the police officers who work to make this city safe, we ask them to do everything to be shot at by gang members. We have them crawl under and chasing individuals who are in our communities committing crimes. We ask them to do all this, and then we ask them to do, for this kind of a paper, a disclosure. To you officers, I apologize, because if it weren't for you, our neighborhoods would be a lot less safe. You folks are making our community safe, and we thank you for that.
Thank you very much. That will close our... Oh, did you want to go, Mr. Hunt?
Yeah,
okay, sorry. Mr. Hunt?
Since he was crying about it. Thank you. On this issue, the 30% take that's in the service of LA police and their narcotics is true. Like she said in American Gangster, does it really happen? Yes. Do I support closure? I'm not too sure about that. It's a mess when you're out there working the streets and you know what's going on. But you know, I really think that the officers, if you're honest with yourself, then you know better, and if you're not, then you don't need to be working on the LAPD. So at that, I'm not going to say yes or no, but you know what the difference is. Is there a 30% take for each station? There is. I know that for a fact.
Thank you. That'll close our general public comment, and we'll go to the first speaker on the queue and the maker of the motion, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to begin today by thanking our police commission. We have, I believe, the finest police commission we've ever had in the history of this city. And I want to express my admiration and thanks for the police commissioners, particularly Commissioner Mack and Commissioner Orden, who have worked for years and years and hours and hours and hours on this issue. I know full well of their efforts, and I can attest that their efforts have been in good faith and for good reasons and with good justification. And I appreciate what they have done on this issue. And I want to say the same for the mayor's office. This is now the second deputy mayor with whom I've discussed this issue. Like his predecessor, I've disagreed with him, but I do appreciate how hard he and his predecessor have worked on this issue for several years. The Independent Monitor as well. I'm not here to criticize the Independent Monitor, to criticize the court, or to criticize the consent decree. I support the consent decree. I believe in the court system. I have great reverence for the court system, and I have the utmost faith and confidence in the Independent Monitor as professionals and as people with the utmost integrity and with the utmost of good intentions. So why this motion? This motion, colleagues, is not a motion to veto. Ms. Hahn and I did not introduce a motion to veto. We introduced a motion to assert jurisdiction over this issue so that further questions could be addressed. And this policy, this form, raise a number of questions. In particular, how will this form, how will this policy help us identify bad cops? After all, Mr. President, I think it's 6. Could you? Thank you. After all, bad cops aren't going to be expected to tell the truth or provide full disclosure on these forms. After all, this form is but a snapshot of someone's financial world with no context for the months and years preceding it, months and years following it. It's not something which, and I used to investigate financial crimes, it's not something which you would take all that seriously in the investigation of a financial crime. And so the question is, will this really do anything of any significance in advancing the goals of the consent decree? And yet at the same time, I think all of us, many of us on the council, have a number of questions about the impact of this requirement on the thousands and thousands of good cops in the LAPD who are very concerned that this will put potentially their families at risk, who are very concerned that the vagaries of the discovery process, both civil and criminal, could lead to the disclosure of this information. And far be it from me to tell members of the LAPD that in the past, confidential information relating to our officers has come out in a public forum. It is certainly an understandable concern of theirs. And so that's the issue. Will it do much of anything to detect good cops? And yet will it have an overwhelmingly impact? Will it do much of anything to detect bad cops? And yet will it have an overwhelming and negative and demoralizing impact on good cops? That's why Ms. Hahn and I put this motion in. I just want to emphasize, colleagues, because I am acutely aware that what we're doing today is being monitored in the federal court system. I just want to emphasize my respect for and reverence for the federal court system and for the federal court in this case. My first job at a law school was serving as a law clerk for a federal judge in the same building where the consent decree is now being heard. In a sense, that job is basically like having a one-year ride-along with a federal judge. Last year, I decided I needed to do a ride-along of a different sort, and so I went down to 77th Division and rode around with some gang officers, 10:30 in the morning to Imperial Court, Jordan Downs, Grape Street area, and the level of danger that they face at 10:30 in the morning is astonishing. You can only imagine what it's like 12 hours later. These cops willingly put their lives on the line
for us and for the most vulnerable members of our society. I believe the concerns that they have today are why should they put their families at an equivalent level of risk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can get the CAO, the CLA, and other interested parties in this matter to come forward for some questions regarding this. Listening to Mr. Weiss's statement, I asked our city attorney, is this the proper form, the 245, with the questions that we have regarding this consent decree, is this the proper form to address these?
When council is deciding whether to assert jurisdiction, they can ask questions regarding the underlying policy. If the questions get into an area that would prejudice the city in litigation, either the consent decree or in other litigation, then it would be appropriate to go into closed session, but we could handle that on question by question basis.
If you will listen out for that, Mr. City Attorney, and just give us a heads up if we're venturing into that area.
Thank you. And if you could please hold my time as the responses comes from the people at the table. The consent decree was brought upon the LAPD 7 years ago, as I understand, and we've been in that consent decree for the last 7 years. It was a 5-year consent decree, and it's been extended because of lack of compliance. Is that correct?
That's correct. Deputy City Attorney Julie Raffish on behalf of the city. That's correct. We're actually at year 6.5 right now.
And this is an issue with the federal court that we haven't gained the compliance that the court requires to close this consent decree and remove the police department from the federal consent decree.
That's correct. In order for the consent decree to terminate, there needs to be substantial compliance with all of the material provisions of the decree.
And I will state that with nearly 40 years of service with the police department, currently as a reserve officer, I think that this particular financial disclosure is intrusive. It goes above and beyond what is reasonable, not only for the officer, but for the family member, domestic partners, etc. The form to appeal that, the form to challenge that, the police commission, city attorney, CAO, CLA, I don't know who's been at the table negotiating and discussing this. I have not been a party to that, but I understand that it's come to the point where there's two unresolved issues. One is the financial disclosure, and the other is video operations in police cars. Those are the two remaining issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, this relates specifically to paragraph 132, which is financial disclosure. The other issue we're referring to is several paragraphs that deal with racial profiling and non-discrimination.
And those matters haven't been to the satisfaction of the court at this particular point?
At this point, that's right.
And once we reach that point, then we can close the consent decree, hopefully, and move on and save those costs and remove the cloud from the police department, if we want to consider the consent decree a cloud.
Correct. As Mr. Raffish indicated, we need to be in substantial compliance with all of the material paragraphs.
Now, this body, policymaking body, takes the police commission 5-0 vote on this particular matter to implement, and our authority, our jurisdiction, are challenging this. I don't have any problem with us going to court and challenging what we don't believe is appropriate. Do we have the opportunity, do we have the ability, do we have the means to do that, or is this a matter that we don't have that opportunity? We don't have that ability. You folks are at the table with the monitor, you folks are at the table, and we're not. I'm trying to find out if this is the proper venue to go to the court, or are we removed from that ability if we tell you folks who are at the table with the federal court, we want to appeal this, we don't want to challenge this, we don't agree with the police commission and their 5-0 vote. Is this the proper form to have that done, or is that for another form, another group, Protective League or some other entity, to challenge what I believe is a violation of people's rights, police department personnel, as well as their partners, domestic and spouses, etc.?
Yes, Councilmember Zine, Frederick Merkin, outside counsel, assistant city attorney. This is the proper form with regard to one aspect of this, namely the vote you mentioned of the police commission to adopt the special order. a 245 motion is provided for by the charter. You have veto authority with regard to that. With regard to the requirement in the decree itself, that is something that if you do wish to talk about whatever options you may have, we would recommend you do that in closed session. Because so long as there is a consent decree, this remains pending litigation in that regard. And it's properly discussed in closed session as to whether you have any options, and if so, what are they?
Well, the concern I have is the police commission, the city representatives are dealing with the federal court. As I understand, the city council members, individuals, are not. We then tell the police commission we don't agree with you. We want a 245. We want to take this to committee. We want to hash it out. We want you to go back to the federal court and try and negotiate something different, if that's at all possible. That form is for this body to decide, for the police commission to say, we gave you our vote of 5-0, we want this enforced, and we play a volleyball contest. At what point, what entity has that authority to go back to the federal court and say, we want to review this, we want to modify this, we believe it's excessive, and how do we make that happen?
The decision to go back to federal court on behalf of the city is not a decision to be made by the police commission. The control of the decree itself, or the litigation aspects of the decree, are within the authority of the city council and the mayor under the city charter because of the nature of the order. So it's not appropriate for the police commission to make a determination to go back to federal court. That is an appropriate decision by this body in conjunction with the mayor if you were to make that decision. But once again, we would recommend any discussion about whether to do that, and if so, what to say to the judge, be discussed in closed session.
And this matter that the police commission reviewed, discussed, and wants implemented was done after a review with the federal court, after a review with the monitor. In other words, they came to this conclusion after negotiations and decided this is the plan they want to implement within the police department for the gang officers, narcotics officers?
Well, the police commission can speak to this, but I know there's been a lot of dialogue over the years with regard to this program and with regard to compliance with this particular requirement. A lot of input from the monitor and others on this, but they can speak to exactly with whom they've talked.
And there's a liability for this body objecting with the federal court in this particular endeavor. And we then expose ourselves to liability, the city to liability, to resist what was agreed upon by whatever entity or entities on this particular matter.
On this subject, we would recommend closed session. Councilmember Zine.
So we're getting into a closed session issue.
That's correct. I think so.
Mr. Stein, if you'd ask you to push a button again.
Okay, well, Madam President, what I'd like to then find out, is it appropriate to go into closed session to answer these questions, or should we hold these questions and other colleagues ask questions and then go into closed session? Because I'm sure there's some specific issues.
I would suggest we ask open session questions now, and then if we do require to go into closed session, that we do that after the open session questions have been asked.
Okay, because I would ask you to hold those, so we need a response regarding the questions that I've asked that you recommend Mr. Merkin to go into closed session on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could ask Chief Bratton to come up, it would be... I'd like to thank you, Chief, up front for changing your schedule to be here right now. It means an awful lot to all of us that you're here.
He's for disclosure, so you can be...
Would you explain to us your feeling about this whole business?
It is required by the consent decree. It has been a matter that has been discussed over a period of 5 years extensively, and the special order that has been adopted by the Police Commission is the result of those discussions, and it is, in my opinion, the best and only option available to us to comply with paragraph 132 of the consent decree.
Hearing that, Chief, you've been Chief for a little over 5 years?
That's correct.
You've been dealing with this issue for the last 5 years?
That's correct.
And you've come to the conclusion that we need to do this to get out of the consent decree?
That's correct.
Secondly, what impact will this have on the rank and file, especially the 400 or 500 officers that are in that particular area of service?
Initially, over the next several years, if this is finally implemented in March, as we anticipate, the incumbent members of the various units that are covered by this special order and by paragraph 132 would be effectively excused from complying with this order with several exceptions. One, if they sought to extend their term in the gang units, or if they sought after 2 years to continue their terms in the various drug units that are covered by this order. So the actual impact on the majority of officers for the next 2 years will be no impact, other than those officers who may be coming up on completion of 39 DPs in the gang unit, or after 2 years seeking to continue in the narcotics unit. It would be applicable to new applicants who are seeking to fill the vacancies in either the gang units or the narcotics units that are covered by this order.
What would this mean in layman's terms to an officer if they fell under this jurisdiction?
In layman's terms, they'd have to comply with the order and provide the required documentation of their financial assets as specified in the order.
And in that order specified, does it mean to families and friends? I mean, how far out does this oversight go?
The order is pretty specific to who would be a family member covered by this.
Chief, do you have any problem with us exerting jurisdiction to air it ourselves as an elected body, bring in all sides to really discuss this out?
I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think you're going to accomplish anything with it, being quite frank with you. That I think you've already been advised what your limitations are. You're more than welcome as a city council to discuss it. Go to it. We've been discussing it for 5 years.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Chief. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Smith, followed by Mr. Labange, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Zine again.
Oh, thank you. I stand here with grave concern. I remember the years when Stephen Yagman waged a war against LAPD. I remember a time when he sued the city of LA over the McDonald's shooting in Sunland, Tujunga, in which he characterized our police officers as assassins with badges. I have no doubt that if Stephen Yagman went to a judge at that time, particularly in the SIS shooting, and said, I want to see those files of those officers, it would have been granted. For all the good intentions of our great chief to protect the men and women in his command, there's nothing that can stop the chief of police being ordered by a judge to turn over documents. While the intent is there to protect our officers, you can't stop that from happening. And I have no doubt in my mind that as Stephen Yagman now sits in jail, thank goodness, that he would have asked for those files and given it to people that would have destroyed the reputation of the men and women of that unit or any other unit of the LAPD that he get his hands on. There are unscrupulous people out there, and once you put a document in paper, there's a trail, and it can get out. And I have very grave concerns about that. I also know that police officers go through an extraordinary process before they're even hired. We look at their financial records. We determine their history. We make sure that they don't have a risk. And what most people don't even realize, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but the last I heard, if a police officer writes a series of bad checks knowing that he didn't have the money in the bank, he's up for discipline by the LAPD. We don't even let our cops write bad checks without getting disciplined. We do watch our police officers. We watch them before they go in. We watch them while they're on the force. And if we expose them to this type of scrutiny, we are putting them at grave risk. And that is something I cannot do in good conscience.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I'd like to see City Attorney there. How are you? Okay, council, municipal government, how many federal consent decrees are in police organizations throughout the United States? Any idea? Anybody know?
Do we know how many? I don't think we have a precise number, but there are a multitude of law enforcement agencies throughout the country that are under various consent decrees. Some are less comprehensive than the one the city of Los Angeles is under.
Right, and any other consent decree that we have, maybe our standing city attorney may know, is the one with the sanitation issue related to stormwater. Is that a federal? That we completed that, right?
I don't know if that was a federal consent decree. That was, and there's also the MP.
All that being said, I believe in local government. I believe in local control, and I don't know if any other agency in the country would have this scrutiny than the Los Angeles Police Department, who serve the 4 million people of Los Angeles. Is that a fact?
I think that's probably a true statement.
Okay, so that means the FBI and I don't even know about CIA, but anybody else doesn't have, the Highway Patrol doesn't have this scrutiny that the Los Angeles officers would have. And I just say this, ladies and gentlemen, all this problem came out of a horrible situation in our city's history where violence was so rampant, like a fire in the hillsides, that the Los Angeles Police Department didn't serve the people as well as it should from management on down in the Rampart era. Whatever, history will write whatever it is. But I have problems now, and I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, City Council, City Attorney, let me know here. I have problems with requiring Los Angeles employees to have a higher standard than other employees in municipal government, state government, or federal government. I have a problem with that, and I couldn't support this. But I also understand that the federal government could tell the city whatever it wants to do because it's a more supreme power, correct?
Well, I think the requirement for financial disclosure is part and parcel of the consent decree that the City of Los Angeles agreed to 6.5 years ago, 7 years ago.
You think, but is it fact that we 7.5 years ago in the conference rooms of the Department of Water and Power, that when all this was done and others who were before us agreed to this specific issue? We know that as a fact, or is it something that rise out of the last 6 years?
No, the City of Los Angeles and all of its collective family members agreed to be bound by the four corners of the consent decree, of which paragraph 132 is a part. And paragraph 132 very explicitly requires financial disclosures to be made from certain sworn and other employees of the police department who routinely handle valuable contraband and cash. So the issue of financial disclosure, I don't believe, rose recently. I think the reason why it is a recent issue is because the city is trying to do what is necessary to become compliant with the consent decree and has taken steps to achieve preliminary compliance with that particular paragraph. And it is those efforts that are being examined and questioned today.
Right. Well, as a council member, I can't support, as I stated, that our employees who serve the 4 million people of Los Angeles would have a higher standard than that of a Phoenix police officer, a Washington, D.C. police officer, or New York. Is that a good feeling? How would you recommend me on that? Even though that's my feeling, that's my heart. Now, I know your fine city attorney on the left who fought many battles there may have Ed, you were moving a little towards the microphone.
Yes, Councilmember LaBonge.
See, I don't think we should require, and I want to stand up now. Whether the court has to do that, I want to stand up for those who work for Los Angeles right now on the streets, and I want to stand. I don't want to see their families disrupted. I want to see the police department work. I want to see the inspector general work. I want to see that process work that would maybe expose if there was someone who crossed the double yellow line, if I could use that phrase, and violated law in their operation as a police officer. But I don't want the federal government to require some of our employees that is not required anywhere else. So can we discuss that with the federal government in a method?
Yeah, I think that what you're talking about is actually should there be financial disclosure at all.
Correct.
And that should be something discussed in closed session.
Okay.
The open session is if there is to be financial disclosure under the consent decree, how is it to be done? And that is what the special order does. If there is a program that's been ordered by the police commission, that is before you in open session. But
okay.
It's a larger question that you should talk about.
Let me just ask the city clerk or give me some advice. I have a problem with Los Angeles employees, Los Angeles police officers being required something that no other officer in this country, from Maine to Oregon, from Florida to Washington and California, required. So to do that, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Vote for consideration of this? I'm asking the city attorney up here to give me some guidance, because I could keep talking all afternoon and you look hungry.
Well, you have 5 seconds left, so we don't want that.
Actually, I was stalling until your time ran out. It's out.
Well, I don't want the time to run out on the police officers of Los Angeles and not be able to serve the people as well as they could. So take the advice of the big city attorney at the table, Mr. City Attorney, and let's go in closed session and discuss this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank Councilmember Weiss for bringing this forward. I was very happy to second this motion that we take jurisdiction over this matter. This is what we're doing today, colleagues. The Chair of Public Safety has said, let's take a look at this. Let's ask some questions. Let's vet this. And I think really, I can't remember another time that we wouldn't have, agreed for a chair of a specific committee to vet an issue that is so important in the city of Los Angeles not to allow that to happen. So I think we ought to take the vote today to take jurisdiction. There's a lot of questions that we want to ask, that some of them are being answered today, but some clearly we need to go into closed session. I think we should assert jurisdiction, send it to public safety, go into closed session at that point, and answer these questions. I want to know about some of these financial disclosures. I mean, we're hearing that the children and grandchildren bank accounts have to be identified. Is that true? Is this... our other city police departments, as Tom mentioned, do they require this kind of disclosure? How is this going to affect this policy, our ability to recruit new police officers? But more importantly, I have a very grave concern. We heard almost 500 officers in these gang and drug details would ask to be reassigned. I think we would be remiss as a city council to have not taken this issue and thoroughly vetted on what that would mean to our efforts to fight crime in this city. Look, we're in an unprecedented moment in history in Los Angeles. Crime has gone down dramatically. We've got a drop of 50% of homicides just in Watts. This is not the time, I don't think, to put some added burden on these very officers who have a tough beat. I'm telling you what, my gang cops out of Southeast have a very tough beat. Probably one of the toughest beats in the city. And I want to stand on their side today. I want to stand on their side because they've come and said this policy, while they're in support of us fulfilling our obligations with the consent decree, this one specific requirement puts an unfair and undue burden on cops who already have a very tough life out here in the city of Los Angeles. And I want to discuss, if we assert jurisdiction, I want to discuss that very significant settlement that everyone agreed on except for the federal judge. In March of 2006, it was the Department of Justice, it was the Police Protective League, it was the city attorney, the city council, all agreed on how we might achieve exactly what Jack Weiss said, a way to root out corrupt officers and prevent further abuse without overburdening the officers. That was an amazing settlement that they worked out, took to the federal court, and of course it was denied. But that's something I believe that we as a city council ought to have an opportunity to take back one more time, ask the federal court, take another look at this agreement. This is something we're willing to do. This is something the police officers are willing to do. And that's why I think we ought to assert jurisdiction. There's another, Bernard Parks was showing me a police bill of rights where one of the sections says that the police officers can refuse to file this kind of financial disclosure. And I want to know, how does that affect what we're doing? So I have a lot of unanswered questions. Let's assert jurisdiction. Let's ask those questions in public safety and assert our right to take a look at what I think could be have very serious unintended consequences if this policy goes forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Parks, followed by Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Zine, and Weiss.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Could I ask the Chief and Mr. Mack to come up, please? Oh, Fred, I'd like you to stay because I'd like to ask you a question. Let me just ask, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mack and Chief Bratton, both of you were at the court the last time the consent decree came forward. Is that true?
That is correct.
Could you give us a kind of a thumbnail of the judge's comments about what he felt about what we proposed on financial disclosure and also on the issue of where we substituted audits and what his guidance was?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Parks and members of the commission. Yes, I was in court on that day, 2006, when the various parties, the members, the city council, the mayor, Justice Department had all agreed, over the opposition, I might add, of the independent court-appointed monitor at that time, upon a substitute, an alternative, if you will. First of all, there was a request to amend paragraph 132 of the consent decree to basically waive the language that was originally incorporated in that particular paragraph. And I can tell you the judge not only rejected that request out of hand, but he did so angrily, and frankly he accused the city and the U.S. Department of Justice of attempting to circumvent compliance with the consent decree. And he also at that time made it very clear that the city, in effect, would never be allowed to get out from under this consent decree until we complied with this issue, along with Teams 2, and of course the other matter was mentioned today, the racial profiling. I certainly, with all due respect, can understand and appreciate the concerns and the issues that have been raised by various members of the City Council, and we as a commission, and certainly the chief as head of the department, have also been quite concerned about over the officers' reaction and their concern about invasion of privacy. But I would remind us all that in 2001, the city, at that point in time, that mayor and that city council did enter into this consent decree with the U.S. Department of Justice, and this issue, financial disclosure, was a part of that consent decree. So I would suggest to you that if you now take a position that you want to revisit this, you run the risk, especially keeping in mind we are persuaded that the judge is personally very, very deeply committed with a lot of conviction to the implementation of the financial disclosure program. And I think we may run a potential risk if we go back again of being accused of, frankly, not operating in good faith in our attempt to satisfy this requirement. It's a difficult situation all the way around, but I would hope, and I would also remind us, quite frankly, that with this consent decree and this specific requirement was imposed by the federal court because we had a very, very regrettable and awful problem in terms of the Rampart scandal. Our commission believes very strongly in the integrity and in the tremendous dedication of the overwhelming majority of our police officers. This in no way reflects a lack of our confidence and belief in the majority, but the reality is that in the Rampart scandal, we only had a handful of individuals involved. And, this is a tool. It may not be a panacea, but it is a potential tool to maybe help address this issue.
Let me ask you, Mr. Mack, when you were there and the judge spoke, did you get the impression that he was going to have a personal interest in what the final report or the final procedures were?
Yes, I did, Councilmember Parks, and I want to be careful here not to get into dangerous territory, but I can tell you that this issue is one that I personally, during my tenure as a member of the Police Commission, initially as president, and since then, along with Commissioner Orton, for a lot of time we've been in very close communication with the independent court appointed monitor regarding this issue, and this is an issue that the judge feels very strongly about personally.
Okay. Hey, let me ask you, Chief, you were there at that meeting. Is your reflection similar with Mr. Mack as to what the judge's personal interest is?
I share the recollection that Mr. Mack shared with this body this morning, that the judge was not happy with the city's representation of a potential resolution of this issue, and in terms of his interest in this one, it has been consistent over the last several years, and again, what has been proposed in this special order is, we believe, by the vote of the Police Commission, what will be acceptable to the judge, to the Justice Department, and to their agent, the Federal Monitor.
And excuse me, I may just add this, and it's our viewpoint that this is probably the minimum that would be potentially acceptable to the judge.
Okay. And then, Chief, you've been in law enforcement over 30 years. You've seen both East Coast, West Coast departments. You've seen corruption scandals. Could you give us a flavor in the sense of talking about these whole issue of unexplained wealth? First time I ever heard about it is in Florida, but it's not a term that's new in the police culture. And just give us a sense of what your understanding of what this whole issue is about. Many people think it's about Rampart. A lot of people that's been in law enforcement believe it's been a pattern through law enforcement that has created this type of terminology.
I'm going to apologize, Mr. Parks. I don't understand the...
I was just saying, would you give us kind of a flavor from your experience where some of these corruption activities have occurred to deal with that term unexplained wealth?
Well, the term unexplained wealth would be the idea that somebody apparently living beyond their means, the salary of an officer, and in terms of that as an issue, in my now 37 years involved with the law enforcement profession, we've always constantly wrestled with how do we try to prevent corruption, how do we try to detect it if it's occurring, and then certainly how do we attempt to change it in terms of behavior that once it's been detected. And one of the areas of interest has always been this issue of unexplained wealth, if you will, or officers apparently living beyond their means. That I'm not aware of any locality that has come up with a workable or a model or a best practice in terms of how to make that determination. This special order is our best effort to deal with the court's interest in this area in attempting to identify officers' unexplained wealth. I agree with Commissioner Mack. I think this is the minimum that will be acceptable to the court, that, based on my understanding of the discussions that have occurred to date.
And it's been your experience that there's not one single thing that's going to identify corrupt officers. There's not one single program as it relates to identifying corruption in the police department.
There is no, if you will, magic bullet in terms of a formula for that purpose. That we try a variety of mechanisms, both going back to my time in the New York Police Department, now here in the Los Angeles Police Department, stings, for example, very aggressive investigation of citizen complaints or complaints that might be made by our supervisors. This area of financial disclosure is a relatively new one to policing. In my 37 years, I've never had, other than in my capacity as a chief of police, where I've oftentimes, in most of my positions, been asked to discuss assets I might have at time of application. As we do with all of our personnel at time of application, there's a review of their current standing. But as far as while they're in the employ of an organization, this is a very unusual practice.
Okay. But you also related we're at a kind of unusual time. The judges sent a pretty clear message. I think both you and Mr. Mack said this is probably the minimal that he would accept.
That's correct. That's my impression, that this is the minimum that he would agree to.
Okay, thank you. Fred, let me ask you, you've probably read the monitor's report that went to the court at the time of the extension as relates to the consent decree?
I think I may have done
Okay.
so, yes.
Let me ask you, on that time that report was put together, the monitor basically took an opposing position from the police department and the DOJ.
That's how I recall it, yes.
Okay. And in that report, and if I remember correctly, Fred, you're one of the only people alive that can remember the Police Officers' Bill of Rights by heart, but there's a section 3308 called financial disclosure. Do you recall the monitor citing that section?
You know, I don't.
Okay. Let me ask, if you could look at that 3800, and there clearly is identified a section that talks about financial responsibility, and then there's an exception. And I'd just like you to take a moment and review that and see whether, via our state law, that there is a platform in which makes it a viable approach by the consent decree to cause this to occur.
I think your question is whether the disclosure requirement under paragraph 132 is compliant with Government Code Section 3308.
Yeah.
And our position is that it is
Okay, and
compliant.
so could you just give a...
And the reason for it is there is language in here which not only deals with applicants for sensitive positions, but also it allows for inquiries into conflicts of interest.
Okay, could you identify the wording about the wording about tenured employees and what type of jobs that it gives that exception? This is the language of that 3800.
Could you repeat the question again?
No, I said, could you give us a thumbnail of what the specific
if I could
wording
recommend
is?
this, Councilmember Parks, if we could continue this discussion of 3308 in closed session, I think it would be more appropriate considering the current litigation circumstances.
But I mean, that's a public document, though, I think.
No, it is indeed.
Okay.
It is indeed a public document. And your question with regard to this document is, once again, please forgive me.
Just what?
Your question with regard to the document.
I just wanted you to look at the document and where the monitor articulated the specific section in the Officer's Bill of Rights, which for those who are listening is basically setting up what the officer's rights are if they're police officers throughout the state. And there's something about financial disclosure that they specifically lay out when you are not required, but they give an exception in that language. And I just wanted you to read that into the record.
Surely, I'd be happy to read it into the record. This is actually just reading from a state statute. And it does have a prohibition that precludes, it says no public safety officer shall be required or requested for purposes of job assignment or other personnel action to disclose any item of his property, income, assets, source of income, debts or personal or domestic expenditures, including those of any member of his family or household. And here's the exception you mentioned. Unless such information is obtained or required under state law or proper legal procedure, tends to indicate a conflict of interest with respect to the performance of his official duties, or is necessary for the employing agency to ascertain the desirability of assigning the public safety officer to a specialized unit in which there is a strong possibility that bribes or other improper inducements may be offered. That's how the statute reads.
And you said earlier that the consent decree fits within that section?
But this is actually a subject we ought to talk about more fully, I think, in closed session.
Thank you. If I could ask you to press your button after this,
I'll push it again.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. If you want to ask that last question, go ahead. Okay. Mr. Alarcon is next.
Yes, members, this is a tough issue. And I do want to make a point with regard to Mr. Smith. I used to write the police exam. In fact, Mr. Mack, I brought you in to work on an interview panel way back when. And the one thing about the background reports on one of my functions was actually to be a background appeals officer. So when a candidate felt that they were not being judged properly in terms of being excluded from the process, they would appeal it to me. And so I had the opportunity to watch that process. But I have to tell my colleagues, after your comments, Mr. Smith, that level of scrutiny is a totally different thing once they take the job. I mean, the pressures of the job is what cannot be analyzed in the interview process and in the background process, because you just don't know how people are going to react to the pressures of the job. And it's not just about corruption and all that stuff. It's also about suicide rates, quite frankly, and the pressures that become officers. So I would not compare that level of scrutiny to the kind of scrutiny that is necessary on the job. Having said that, I think that what is being proposed or ordered by the consent decree is way over the top, because I think the vast majority of police officers, like 90%, will never have that kind of issue, and so we're exposing 90%. One of the problems I have is very pragmatic. For example, I just think the Internal Affairs is going to be burdened with investigations that are just unnecessary. That's one of the ramifications, I believe, of this particular request. So I want to make it clear, I think this level of scrutiny, I don't support it. On the other hand, I recognize we have to comply with the consent decree, and frankly, my decision to support Mr. Weiss's motion is not about whether or not I believe that the Commission took wrong action. I just don't know in detail what I can find out in closed-door session to address my concerns about whether or not we are compliant with the consent decree, what are the ramifications if we don't do it. All these things are important, but I think we really have to have a full discussion in closed session to really get to the nuts and bolts of it. But the fact that we are putting scrutiny upon our officers at a level that we've never seen, notwithstanding the fact that we have a unique circumstance, Mr. Labange, with the consent decree in place, that's a different level of responsibility that does not apply to all those other jurisdictions in the nation, or at least not all of them. So it does require us to have an additional level of scrutiny. I have no problem with that. In fact, the League has no problem with that. They've said that, and they negotiated something that was a higher level of scrutiny. Nevertheless, I think as a council that we should take a look at this issue. I have the highest respect for not just Mr. Mack, but the Commission as a whole, and I think our chief is doing a great job, and that's why we don't have problems that emerged before. Crime is way down. We're doing the right things, and so I don't know that this is the time to impose this kind of burden on our officers. But if the consent decree requires it, if this judge requires it, then I don't think we're in a position to disagree. But I do think it's appropriate for the City Council to take jurisdiction on this matter.
Ms. Grewal.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief as the day is long in this discussion, and I appreciate all the work that has been done by City Attorney and the Commission and the Police Chief and others. And as many of you know, I'm not a big 245 person on a number of issues, because I think it has to be for the right reasons, and it has to be something that is a policy level of this council that in most instances something that we think is critically important. And I think because this issue not only impacts our officers, and has been said, this is a time where we're celebrating how successful this department has been, and a lot of credit goes to the chief and to the commission and to the officers and to this council and the mayor for having more officers on the street, which I think is critically important to our success. But I think there's been enough issues raised and concerns by constituencies and others to have the dialogue. And Mr. Weiss, when I read the motion and looked at it, drafted it in such a way, there are 245s and then there are 245s. And there are 245s that say, veto, send it back, we think it was the worst thing ever, how dare you ever do that. Then there are 245s that say this is an important issue for this council as elected body to understand the ramifications, to have some discussion in closed session. Those of us that are on EERC, oftentimes, and I was not there the day that they presented part of this to our ERC, but we go into closed session, we sometimes have a 2-hour discussion about some of these issues. And I think sometimes we ask them to come to this council so that they can have that same understanding and not just a few of us in that area. And so I'm standing up in support of the 245, and I have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Jack, did you want to?
If I could just say for 10 seconds on your time, I think your suggestion is an excellent one. I think Ms. Hahn mentioned it as well. If we do assert jurisdiction by 10 votes here today, then when I agendize the matter in Public Safety Committee, I'll agendize it in both open and closed session. So if there are closed session questions, they can be asked and answered. I'm skeptical that there actually really are any, but we'll agendize it that way. And we may also, with the consent and agreement of the council president, agendize it potentially as a special meeting of the council so that any council member who wants to come and hear and ask questions has the chance to do that.
And we like that. I know that the commission and the department want to balance that needs for transparency to getting out of the consent decree, which I think we all agree has overburdened at this time. There were definitely great points to it, but 6.5 years is 6.5 years we've been in the consent decree. 6.5 years, it's time to move on and to be able to use the resources we've focused on consent decree, millions of dollars, to now go back into our police officers and others with the dramatic changes that have happened with the implementation of that consent decree. So I wanted just to stand up and indicate my support for the 245 today.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Call for the question.
Any objection? Seeing none, that will close debate. We have before us again, the clock would start if jurisdiction is asserted. Yes, Mr. Urzan?
There were questions that I asked that Mr. Merkin said needed to be discussed in closed session. I don't have the answers to those questions. There's still questions that are pending that we've been informed need to go into closed session, and those questions pertain to this particular matter. So if we don't answer those now, then there's no option then to support the 245 to have those matters discussed, because there's unresolved questions that need to go into closed session. If it's the will not to go into closed session, then that's the other option.
Correct, Mr. Zine, and that's what we had the motion to move the previous question.
I understand that, but there's still questions that I asked that I was informed need to be heard in closed session.
And Mr. Weiss, you can take those up, both the closed and open aspects in Public Safety Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
So
that can be done as a point of information.
Since my questions can't be answered in this public forum, and it's the will of this body to continue this for 21 days for a maximum under the 245, that's not correct?
That's correct. When the clock starts...
Within 21 days we have to render a decision.
21 days that we can take action, or else the Commission's action holds.
Correction.
Council must first assert jurisdiction before the 21-day clock starts.
Correct. And then the questions that need to be heard, and some of my colleagues have questions that need to be heard in closed session, that those questions will then be answered and addressed in closed session with the parties that are here and other parties that are pertinent to this particular matter.
Mr. Weiss has said that we can take up closed and open session items in committee.
Okay. On those grounds, I will support the 245.
Okay. All right. Please open the roll on asserting jurisdiction. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. The clock will start 21 days from now to air those issues, and we will refer that, Mr. Weiss. So we will, without objection, refer that to committee for consideration.
Thank you. And tentatively, Mr. President, subject to discussing people's calendars, we would hold the Public Safety Committee meeting Tuesday morning, the day after Martin Luther King Day.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Next item, please.
Item 27, a call special for cards from the public.
Okay, item 27 is next. We've got cards out in Van Nuys. Miriam Fogler on item 27. Thank you for your patience, and after that we'll go to Donna Pearman.
We were supposed to speak on the 29. I'm sorry. Remember you told me it was already you were going to correct it?
We also have 20. I kept both of them for you, so do you want to speak
I don't need to speak on 27.
Okay, all right.
It's okay.
Okay, we will then, that was I think we had one more card in here. Arnold Sachs on item 27. And while you're coming forward, does Ms. Pearman would she like to speak on 27 out in Van Nuys?
I'd like to waive number 27. I don't want
Okay,
to
so
speak
Mr.
on
Sachs, number 27 here. I can't hear you, sir. If you could come up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you back there, Mr. Sachs.
Good morning. I thought it was special items called special.
Number 27 was called special for your card, sir.
No, I'm sorry. It should have been 29.
Okay, so for all of you. Okay, we'll open, I'll mark that as well. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Okay, we'll take up 29. Mr. Sachs, if you want to begin. Sorry about that. As long as you're close by, and then we'll go out to the Valley and we'll hear from Ms. Fogler and Ms. Pearman as well.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I just wanted to ask that a motion relative to special events held in City Council, make a motion relative to special events held in the council chambers to welcome, this is actually based on the council meeting last Friday. There were 23 agenda items, 6 street lighting districts, 8 hearing dates to consider maintenance of above street lighting districts, 6 items related to cable franchise expenditures, 1 escrow account, 1 rent escrow account, and 2 items which had hearings in committee. There were 23 agenda items total on Friday's agenda. Approximately
Mr. President,
4 minutes of council discussion.
He doesn't appear to be talking about item 29 on today's agenda.
Okay. Making a preliminary statement regarding my motion for relative to special events held in council, and I'm trying to bring forth the basis for my motion to hold special events in the council, and it's based on Friday's meeting where there was 2 hours of presentations and 2 minutes of council work. Back to my motion relative to special events held in council chambers. I'm looking for council members to welcome the Fricka Frack to the council, and a resolution welcoming the council and appropriate committees to finally resolve the question of who's really on third base. Hopefully both these events could be held on a Friday when you do your presentations and waste some more time while the city faces a budgetary deficit. Thank you for your time.
Donna Pearman is our next speaker, and then Miriam Fogler.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Anyway, I wanted to thank Janice Hahn for your fight for the neighborhood council. I thought it was a perfect answer. I say same on the city council. Anyway, I'm sorry that I said number 27. Thank you for letting me speak. There's nothing you can say that will fool me in believing in fee waivers on how many we need to vote on. How many events we don't know how much is being spent. So many events, you don't even know how many to spend. The Fuse resolution on January 9th in New York, event Eve at Roosevelt on December 31st, Guitar Center drum off, and the concert performance events, Forbidden City New Year's Eve event. I'm also appalled by the cost of the West LA Farmers Market at $65,897. I'm only happy with the number D, the highway sign dedication in memory of Officer, I don't know how to spell his name, G-A-J-A-D-A. He's lost his life to protect us. And we should do more for our officers and firefighters. But we don't have enough because we spend it on fee waivers, CRA, and big development like Grand Avenue projects and big transit projects. And also our veterans who protect us, so we should do more for them. These fee waivers are costing our city a lot, especially if they don't state how much. The event is reimbursing it. When will they pay it back? Do they pay it back all at once, or do they pay it back in portions? Why does everyone pay for a few people's enjoyment? I say vote on number 29, no on fee waivers. And I just want to say real quick, I'm against the subway to the sea. Mr. Rosendahl, you will hurt West LA and our transit system. So no on 29.
Thank you. Miriam Fogler is next.
These fee waivers are in direct correlation in line what's happening when you have to receive money for our police officers and you're trying to put them under this consent decree, which is to me is unethical, and you need a whole overhaul here of what you mean by special fees. This is absolutely absurd, the whole thing. When you have a budgetary problems here, you're talking about, like the state, like I told you earlier. You people need to wake up and realize what you're doing is wrong, and it should come out of your own pockets, absolutely, because you're the ones that are in debt to the city. You should be the ones that are paying for all these fee waivers. If you want all this stuff and setting a motion, I motion that this fee waiver should be repealed and no more should be put on the agenda, period. I think the city is spending too much money as it is with the high densities that you're having under CRA exemption, 27-story buildings. This is absolutely absurd and ridiculous to ask the voters for a phony phone tax and then ask them to subsidize these frivolous fee waivers and then in turn continue to keep building and building and building. There's no end in sight, asking for sales tax. When are you going to stop taxing the people to subsidize these fee waivers? This is absolutely bad, and I wish that the public would wake up and bring some sense back to City Hall, and to put you on notice how much money you can have in each account here. There should be a budget set here, and nobody can go over that. And don't come down on the poor city workers. They work day and night. And taking care of bar screens are breaking weekly because you people keep building more and more, too much for the infrastructure to handle, and you turn around and you want to keep spending on these fee waivers. And what do you expect from the city to do? They're going to default. They're going to bankrupt.
Thank you, Ms. Fogler. That will close our public comment on this one. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 36, called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl.
President, colleagues, this will be quick, but it actually will be to the benefit of our city treasury here. Would Lynn Akwa from the CLA's office come on up? Chris Westhoff from the city attorney, and anybody from street services on this one. It's been a long day, folks, so this should be a no-brainer. We have an amendment to this that basically says in 60 days we've got to get our act together on the street furniture situation. There's money at stake here that we could conceivably lose. Please tell us what we're doing here.
What you're doing here today is to adopt a policy to give every council district 60 days from today to either approve outstanding street furniture permits that have been submitted by the contractor, or if you have alternative sites where you would rather have furniture sited, to propose those to the contractor and negotiate an agreement. After 60 days, if either no action is taken by the council district or alternative sites have not been agreed upon, the outstanding sites at that time will be brought before the council as a whole for disposition.
Is it true that the contractor, CBS Deco, is the only one to gain from a continuance today? Because if the city is unable to approve all outstanding permits by April 30th, the end of escrow period, they will only own the city approximately $3.7 million? Chris, please.
Chris Westhoff, Assistant City Attorney, Public Works General Counsel. Correct. Whether we go forward with the existing contract or the group that have been working with this bring you back an amendment, the bottom line is we have to get street furniture on the street under each instance, and all it would do is allow them to pick and choose. If we don't bring a new contract amendment back to you and we haven't approved the sites, then we're going to be at another $3 million this year. So yes, it's imperative that we get them approved, whether we under the existing contract or under an amendment that your team could bring back to you. And to date, we have not, in our minds, been given anything that we believe even meets the criteria that we could recommend to the City Council. And that I think, is fairly uniform.
Thank you. Bureau of Street Services, you want to add anything?
basically, yeah, this will help us. The last issue with the Bear Street Services contract administrator, this will help us truly catch up with where we need to be at. We're basically 6 years behind where we need to be with the rollout, and I believe that by pursuing this, we will be able to catch up with the program.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I ask for your support on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
I just want to echo the comments of the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rosendahl, and thank him for getting this done finally. It started 2 years ago when I was chair of the committee, and we still haven't got it done. There's millions of dollars at the table on the folks, and we need those millions very quickly. Mr. Parks and I sent a memo out 2.5 years ago on this issue that we need to get these things approved. We now have finally a policy that will do that. We have a procedure to do it, and Mr. Westhoff has crafted that. And I think we need to get on with business, get it done. There's $3.7 million on the table today, $6 million next year. We need those desperately, and we got to get this done. So I thank you, Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Westhoff, for getting completion.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for that. I ask for a yay vote.
All right, with those recommendations, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll. I'm sorry, did you want to bifurcate any of those elements or propose anything? Okay. And tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, there is a special one, and the maker of the motion will speak to the findings.
All right. Mr. Cardenas, we have a special one. Did you want to speak to the findings? Mr. Cardenas? Pursuant to Rule 23.
Yes, thank you. The reason is because we have a time element to take action, and in addition to that, the correspondence, once the action was taken by Public Works, was forwarded to the council after the posting of the agenda.
Okay. Anybody else on the findings?
Sorry about that.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that is now before us. Just have one question for staff on this. I don't know if Mr. Cardenas, on asserting jurisdiction on this one. Mr. Cardenas? On asserting jurisdiction for this one, just before we take the vote, does this do anything? I understand, and I read it, and it seems reasonable. Does this delay the implementation of any of the grants that have been granted in the other council districts that were affected?
No, in effect, I don't see them causing any delays because of the time element that we have to take action anyway. So, in my personal opinion, the window of time will go ahead and move forward should we decide to do anything with it. Because as we assert jurisdiction, we could agree with the action they were taking and do nothing.
Okay, but in the meantime, it holds all community grants in abeyance in all council districts?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. Mr.
Yes, Mr. President. We will take it forthwith into committee in our next meeting. We appreciate what you're looking at, and we look forward to bringing it back and getting it resolved. And I obviously support what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that the ones that have been approved also move forward in other districts and stuff. So, okay. All right, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, that is approved. And we'll refer that to Public Works. All right, without objection. Next order of business, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Reyes requests to be excused Friday, February 29th and Friday, May 16th for city business that meets council policy.
Mr. Reyes is excused.
Councilmember Parks requests to be excused Friday, February 15th to leave at 11:15 for city business that meets council policy.
All right, Mr. Parks is excused.
Councilmember Perry requests to be excused to leave at 11:30 on Tuesday, January 29th for city business that meets council policy.
All right, she is excused.
And Councilmember Hahn requests to be excused January 22nd and 23rd for city business that meets council policy.
Ms. Hahn is excused.
That clears the desk.
Any true business announcements? Yes, Mr. Weezer.
I have an announcement. The chair of the Planning, Land Use and Management Committee, Ms. Perez, asked me to announce that Plum Committee will begin 15 minutes after this meeting. It was scheduled to begin at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Plum Committee will begin 15 minutes after the end of the meeting. Any other business announcements? Not. Do we have any adjourning motions, colleagues? Okay, if I can please ask everybody in council chambers to rise for adjourning motions.
Billy.
Okay, Ms. Hahn?
One of our city family members, Christina Windsor, who was the animal control officer in charge of the community outreach and volunteer program at the San Pedro shelter, collapsed and died while she was at work Friday morning. She was only 29. She was so many wonderful things. There was a nice article written in the Daily Breeze about her. So many of her fellow employees talked about how great she was to work with. Many of the community members knew her and appreciated her. There was a story written about her when she worked at, I believe, another shelter, and she was in charge of, unfortunately, the euthanasia part of it, and she was to take one dog that had been there too long, take it to the back to have it begin the process of putting it to sleep, and something in her the dog apparently started licking her face and, kind of pleading with her, and so she decided to go against department policies and bring the dog back into the main part of the shelter, and just kind of wrote an explanation note on why she didn't go forward with it. The very next day, a family who had been on vacation for 2 weeks and only found out about their dog being missing when they got back was then alerted to the fact that the dog was at the shelter and it would have been killed the day before. The family just couldn't believe and felt like that was just divine providence intervention that story happened. But that told you a little bit about the kind of woman Christina was. I mean, she was just a great person to be working as an animal control officer. Ed Bach said that Christina had boosted the success of the city's New Hope program as a harbor area coordinator since joining the department in November 2006, networking with some 150 animal welfare and rescue organizations to help animals in need. She also was very good at bringing in more and more volunteers to work in the shelters. She's survived by her 2 young sons, Trevor, 7, and Devin, 5. Really is sad to lose her, but also my heart's, and I think all of us, our sympathies go out to her fellow employees that day who were certainly traumatized. Several of them attempted in reviving her on the spot, doing CPR, so it was very traumatic for all those that were with her. So we're really going to miss Christina, and we know this is a very traumatic experience for so many people, but she, in her short life, was just one of those good souls that we were really lucky to have in the city of Los Angeles. Maybe we could have all members on there. Thank you. Also, Luis Duarte, I'd like us to adjourn in his memory. He was only 6 years old, and he was hit and killed by a car on Sunday in Wilmington. He was a resident of the new Dana Strand, our brand new public development in Wilmington, and he was with his mother and family. They were walking to the park, and unfortunately he stepped out in the street and an oncoming car hit him. He was a student at Hawaiian Avenue Elementary School. He's survived by his family, and really a very tragic loss as well. And then one more, a dear friend of mine, Violet Parkhurst, who was an amazing, well-known, world-renowned artist from San Pedro, passed away early Sunday morning. Violet was born in Vermont and loved to draw early in her life and studied. She finished her formal training at Los Angeles State College, where she became an artist. And she indulged her longings to see the world and visited every state of the Union, then Canada. In Mexico City, she studied art for 3 months with Diego Rivera's wife. She lived a very interesting life. She has photos with every president of the United States. Apparently, she even dated Clark Gable at one point. She really was an interesting woman. And she painted seascapes, and her seascapes are beautiful, and many of them can be seen today in San Pedro. She's been chosen for a number of tours and awards, and she's had her work shown at the Louvre, and 2 of her seascapes are now in permanent collection of the Stockholm Museum. She's been honored in China as the first Western artist to have paintings in the collection of the Great Hall of the People's Republic of China and the China National Museum of Fine Arts. She was a local celebrity for San Pedro. and her name is Violet, and she always wore purple or a violet-colored outfits, and she was a good friend of mine, and we will miss her dearly. She brought more class and more grace as a woman to the artist culture in San Pedro than anyone I've ever known. So we will miss Violet Parkhurst.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, colleagues. I don't believe, I was not here on Friday, that you adjourned in Didi Quiles' memory, who was a young woman, 34 years old, who was one of our city family, who was murdered by her husband, as well as her mother, in Sunland, Tahunga. She came to work in the city of Los Angeles in November of 1996 as a clerk typist within the Department of Recreation and Parks. She was promoted in 2000 to the full-time communications operator and moved to the Office of Public Safety when it was created in February of 2006. She was someone, and as I saw the emails going back and forth, was so well liked by her department, and both General Services and Recreation and Parks feel as though they're part of her family. It was a tragic event, domestic violence, and he ended up committing suicide by jumping off a bridge, but she has a 6-year-old that is now without a family, and I know the entire city family is devastated by this, and they have set up an account, a custodial account, in the name of her son at Wells Fargo's bank in the department. I don't want to put the name out here for him, but we'll be able to find the information if you're interested. There is a wake this Friday, January 18th, at Christian Assembly Church in Eagle Rock. Also funeral services Saturday at the same church at 10 o'clock in the morning. Burial following at Forest Lawn, Hollywood Hills. She was just extraordinary, and I know had tried very hard to protect her family. And in fact, one of the emails said that the officers within Rec and Parks and Rangers had oftentimes been called to help her and to help her with this gentleman. And so our heart goes out to their family and to the departments who were, employees who were impacted by this. It is just so tragic, and shows us that that a life can be taken away so quickly, and this young boy is without his mother, father, and grandmother after this incident. So we send our good wishes, and I know the entire City Council would want to adjourn in her memory.
Thank you. Do all members on that? Yes? Okay, absolutely. We'll make sure that Mr. West and all members are on that. Mr. Labange.
Yeah, I'd like all members on all that I ever adjourned for in this council chamber, so that the clerk knows that. Kenneth H. Burns, he was an early leader in the gay community, grew up in Long Beach, went to USC, and then served during the war. Later on, he came back and worked for our Carnation was many years. He passed away. We adjourn in his memory. I also ask we adjourn in memory of Johnny Padres, one of the great pitchers of all time for the Dodgers, led the Brooklyn Dodgers before they came to Los Angeles to their World Series victory in 1955, survived by his wife of 41 years, Joan, and son John and Joseph. And lastly, I ask we adjourn in memory of Vic Kusha, one of the greatest high school football coaches in the history of Los Angeles. He went to El Sereno, was on their championship team in 1944, later came back and became their head coach there. And when you played Wilson, you got beat, because he got him so prepared. And Wilson wasn't the biggest school in the Northern League or in the city. And I saw a great game against Wilson in San Fernando, where Kusha had his players, Coach Kusha had his players so prepared to take on Big San Fernando and almost beat him at East Los Angeles College Stadium. He developed a football powerhouse. His son Ron was a great quarterback for them, City Player of the Year, and he was a great teacher at Wilson High School. I ask we adjourn in memory of Vic Kusha. His wife Dolores survives him, and his son Kathleen, daughter Kathleen, and son Ron.
Mr. Alarcon, would you like to add?
Of Coach Kusha's passing, but he coached my son to the city championship against Wilson High, and my son's greatest moments were under his leadership. He just to give you a story of the kind of person Coach Kusha was, his All-City Athlete of the Year was a guy he peeled off the walls at Poly High School who had been shot, gangbanger from many years. He pulled him out, and he eventually played football for the team and became Player of the Year, the year that in 1991 when Poly High School won the 3A division champion. He targeted schools that had horrible football teams, because his mission was to teach young men how to have success in life, notwithstanding the challenges they faced. He gave opportunities to my son and many other sons. Then he went over to Monroe High School, where my daughter went to school, did the exact same thing, made them competitive for city championships. He was an amazing man, very understated, never, I don't remember him raising his voice in outside of the football field. He was very respected by his players. Jonathan Campbell, who was the star of Paulie's team, is now an LAPD officer and plays for the Centurions baseball team. Phenomenal coach, and I personally appreciated what he did with my son, and many players felt the same way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Stein?
Max D. Berquist passed away November 19th, born 1920 in Nebraska. Child growing up, he discovered that he had a passion and talent to become an artist. Graduated from Lincoln High School in 1939, attended Chicago Academy of Fine Arts. Also served his country during World War II. Married his wife Dorothy, whom he met at Chicago Academy of Fine Arts in 1947. Max, Dorothy, and their one-year-old son Peter relocated to California in 1948. Began working for his brother Dale at Green Thumb Nursery and Chrysler Greeting Card Company. Then purchased Green Arrow Nurseries, which was going out of business under the existing name. Max and his other brother Bob opened the second Green Arrow Nursery location in North Hills. Green Arrow Nurseries formed a joint venture with Green Thumb Nursery, which is now called Green Thumb International Nurseries, with locations in Ventura, El Toro, Newhall, and Santa Ana. Green Thumb also acquired Farmers Fertilizer located on a 25-acre parcel in the city of Chino. Max never gave up his passion for painting. He became a well-known watercolor artist, making hundreds of paintings primarily featuring the areas of Bishop and the Mammoth, where he loved to fish, taking photographs of the beautiful scenery, with fall being his favorite. He would make photographs come to life as he painted them on canvas. Was a man who was honest, generous, and compassionate, but most important, a man who loved his family above all. He would be deeply missed by his family and friends, survived by his wife Dorothy, 5 children, and brothers Dale and Bob. Max D. Berquist, may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Colleagues, we'll be doing a formal adjourning motion probably tomorrow or Friday. I know Ms. Gruhl and Mr. Wesson worked very closely with another member of our city family, but we did want to announce the funeral for Scott Aretano from the city administrative office, who passed away about a week and a half ago now at the age of 34. He staffed the housing committees of the City Council and was most recently the budget director at the Housing Department. We'll be doing something more formally, but we do want to give information that his viewing will be this Sunday from 2 to 5 at Universal Chung-Wha Funeral on Garfield Avenue in Alhambra, and that funeral and burial services will be Monday, January 21st. Service will be at 10 a.m. at Universal Chung-Wha Funeral, also at Garfield, on Garfield in Alhambra, and the burial will be at Rose Hills Memorial Park in Whittier. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Thank you all.